Tribune. Tribune. We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, and happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. This is our last stream of the week, and I'm glad you're here. It's going to be a good one. Should be pretty casual before we get into our Thursday BIRDSday festivities. We're going to do some, no pun intended, loosey-goosey natural history Q&A. Whatever you happen to be curious about, I'm eager to talk about it. We'll do Metazoa, and we'll check in on our Puma in San Francisco story too. That mountain lion who was captured. Check in on him because there's some news around that as well. But anyway, for the time being, let's see who's here in the chat. We'll say hello, and then we'll post to Blue Sky too. Let people know that we're live. But I see Bunch, and Avalon Angels. Met M33 and That One Guy, Fespi and VHS James in the chat. Go for Fluffernut and Chaotic Time Traveler, Golganek and Chaotic Kitten, Dr. Irrefutable and Bush Doctor. A lot of doctors in the chat. Is there a doctor in the chat? We got, take your pick. Shoot. Nelf and Wombat Hole, Astral Storm and Alexander Morrison, Trooper 2112, And Lil Bob Pie. Welcome back, Lil Bob Pie. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. It's good to see you again. Neverwinter says, "Go Birds." Yes, indeed. Good to see you, Neverwinter. Lacey282, what's shaking? Eel Evan, howdy, howdy. I am Morvosh. What's going on? Crimson Carnotaurus and Marcy Walks Dogs, who says the cold opens on Paleontologizing might be my favorite thing on Twitch. And that's saying something? Holy cow. That's high praise, Marcy Walks Dogs. That is high praise. Shoot. I appreciate it. Squiggles the Gavo, I'm glad you enjoyed that too. Willis Spartan, howdy, howdy. Kay's Kuchin, what's shaking? And Casey Snowart, how are you doing, Casey? Always good to see you. I hope you're having a good day so far, Casey Snowart. And Gariel Skull Spotted, yes indeed. Sharp Eyes, well, I mean, it's not like it's hiding or anything. But, yes, one of my favorite critters. Favorite living critters. Gavialis gangeticus. Gariel. Aid112, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And last stream of the week, are you forgetting something or have plans changed? No, it's Thursday, Crimson Carnotaurus. Next week is our Friday stream. Next week. February 6th. Yeah. And Casey Snort says, I'm doing well. Glad to hear it. Still moving lots, but excited to listen in while I work. Hope you're doing well too. I am, Casey. Thanks for asking. Yeah. I need to... I've not heard back from anybody in Colorado yet about all the different things that I've planned, so I need to start sending out some more emails tonight and tomorrow and maybe start making some phone calls too. But trying to get some things organized for when I'm there in a couple weeks. And Alexander Morrison, a Grand Sukian indeed. Yes. Yes. And Weird Adult. We might cover that if you want to. We can talk about the... apparently there's uncanny similarities between a fauna from the Cambrian of China and the Burgess Shale up in Canada. So there may have been species who were more or less like cosmopolitan. If we've got them in Canada and the same or very, very similar critters in China, that implies that there's gene transfer that's going on. We can talk about that, but I saw that headline too, and I haven't had a chance to look at the paper yet. Yeah. And tomorrow's Draw a Dinosaur Day, Danny. Is it really? Inquiring minds must know, what will you be drawing? I mean, I can, Casey, yeah. I was going to go into the city tomorrow to hang out with a friend and take care of some errands and stuff. I could certainly draw a dinosaur. That reminds me, I should get my sketchbook together. I'm going to go hang out with Snail Chaser, who I think has been streaming here on Twitch lately. But one of the things we used to do is we would each bring we would go out to a park somewhere or a coffee shop or something, and we'd each bring a sketchbook and a sketch pencil, and we'd draw like a grid, and then we'd come up with like 10 different things. So like, draw a hairbrush, and a gorilla, and a blue whale, and a traffic cone, and a this, and a that. Like a whole list of things. We draw a grid, almost like tic-tac-toe. And then each of us, like, we would set a timer for like 3 minutes for each drawing. And then we draw them real quick, within 3 minutes as best as we can. And then when 3 minutes up, we'd show each other, and it's just a lot of fun. Neat little drawing exercise. So that's a good reminder, Casey. I'll make sure I bring my sketchbook tomorrow, because I think that would be cool. Yeah. The Xinjiang and Xinjiang biota, yes, and the Burgess Shale biota to the. Is there a different name for that? Anyway, we could look into that. Sketching with friends is always a good time. Yeah, Casey. I'll see if I can do that with Snail Chaser. And Chaotic Kitten, you got to go to the Natural History Museum in London today? Thanks for the recommendation. You bet, Chaotic Kitten. Holy cow. I hope you got to spend longer there than I did. I had like less than an hour. I feel like. It was there was really bad traffic getting into London, and so our time was cut short. But it was still magical. There you go. There's me and big bronze Dippy cast outside, Diplodocus carnegii. A lot of these pictures are going to have me in them. Apologies. Here's me and Mary Anning's ichthyosaur in the Mary Anning Hall. Like, amazing. Amazing. These are things I'd read about since I was a kid. And, yeah. Got to go on the briefest of little tours with actually the leaders on the field trip. I did this big field trip after the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. And so Richard Butler and Susie Maidmont were leading this field trip. So here's Susie in front of her stegosaur, Sophie. So Susie led the charge on describing this critter, and it was a big deal. And I'm like, well, shoot, we have to. Can I ask you for a picture together? Like, this is a big deal. So there's me and Susie in front of Sophie. Yeah. Susie's a researcher at the Natural History Museum. And I think we can safely say the world's foremost expert on stegosaurs. Here's me and baryonyx at the Natural History Museum, too. Just kind of tucked off against a wall, like, this animal should be front and center. It's one of the coolest dinosaurs from Britain. And there's a lot that they need to improve there at the NHM. Especially when you talk to the paleontologists who work there. They're like, oh boy. All this stuff needs to... Anyhow. I'm so glad you got to go, Chaotic Kitten. And happy birthday, too, by the way. Really, really exciting. Yeah. Everything is all tucked away. Yeah, it's... I was kind of shocked at how poorly laid out everything is in the Dinosaur Hall at the Natural History Museum in London. There are plans to overhaul everything and just make it a world-class museum again, at least from a public displays perspective. But yeah, it's kind of shocking. The NHM has this really storied place in evolutionary biology. It was the world's first, like, real natural history museum. It kind of set the standard back in the day, and some stuff went wrong, we'll say, in the 90s. When it came to, like, building they redid their dinosaur hall, and it was a big misstep. Series of missteps, I'll say. But it's due for a revamp, and they're going to be doing that at some point soon. They're going to be having a big fundraiser and all of this, I heard. So that'll be really exciting, and I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot about them. But yeah. Always hard to find funds for that sort of thing, unfortunately, says Dr. Irrefutable. But I mean, they're the NHM. If anybody can pull it off, it's them. So yeah, I'm excited about that. It'll be cool. And well, we'll talk about that when it arises, but there's potentially some things to be excited about with regard to that whole project. I'll leave it at that. And who's the rodent on the wall? Asks Alexander Morrison. Why, it is the state fossil of the great state of Minnesota. The good people of Minnesota, top of mind right now, what they're going through currently. Yeah. So I decided to print this last week, and now it's finished. Finished printing, at least. It's not really painted or anything yet. But, oh, hello, Sweetie Pie. Somebody in chat can tell you who that is. Just like they can tell you who this is. Hello, sweetie pie. You chewing on the plastic cycad again? You better not eat those pieces. There's like little bits of the leaflets that are severed, and I really hope you're not ingesting those. It's not good for you. It's not good for you. And not a fossil gopher, Neverwinter. Come on, somebody knows who this is up here. We talked about it last week. Or maybe on Monday? Monday we talked about it. How are you doing, sweetie pie? Huh? You having a good day? It is a fossil beaver, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. It is Castoroides ohioensis. Because oddly enough, the state fossil of Minnesota is named after the state of Ohio. I don't know if that's something to be embarrassed about, or if that's a coup on Minnesota's part. Taking a Pleistocene giant beaver named after the state of Ohio and being like, you know what? This is our state fossil. What do you think, sweetie pie? Huh? What do you think? Castoroides, exactly, Neverwinter, yeah. And Nerduino, how are you doing? Speaking of beautiful people, Nerduino, what's shaking with you? I hope you're having a good day. How's the sky watching been lately? Oh, hello. If anybody's not yet following Nerduino, he is a former NASA scientist and current astronomer who's eager to tell you all about what's going on outside of Earth's atmosphere and to show you when he can using a backyard observatory. It's super cool stuff. Go follow Nerduino if for some reason you're not yet aware of his channel. If you haven't followed, you're missing out. What is this? Well, thank you for those 100 bits there. Tribute to the landlords, I appreciate
for
that.
the landlords.
Let's go ahead and pay the landlord here, huh? Huh, sweetie pie? Or do you come here just for attention, or are you looking? She's looking for treats. Okay, make that happen. Yeah. And Rawman, there are absolutely other large groups of reptiles besides dinosaurs and pterosaurs during the Mesozoic. We could talk about that, Rawman, if you'd like to. Holy cow, I could talk about that all day. I could talk about that all week. But let's get some meat on it. Oh, what's in here? What could this be? What could this be? Look at those. Wow.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Thank you, Chaotic Kitten, for the 10 months of support. Really appreciate that.
I was at the NHM for at least an hour and a half and ran out of time at the beginning of the Gems and Rocks massive exhibits. And probably other things I missed too.
Oh, there's so much there.
Lots of pictures.
Very, very cool, Chaotic Kitten. I'm so glad you got to visit the NHM. That is a magical place. It really is. I knew that while I was there, I had to see one thing in particular. And, it took some hunting around to find it. There it is. Their leatherback turtle. It was really neat. Where are you going? She's taking the treats down to the ground. Okay. But, yeah, that was, it's the sort of thing where most people walk underneath and they don't even see it. And so I'm here, like, taking pictures of it and everything, and then there was a family who was walking past me, and they were like, huh? And they look up and they go, whoa! That was a cool moment, you know? Incredible animal, Dermachelys coriacea. So Oh, yeah. Anyhow. And Rausukians. Yeah, we could talk about those a little bit. Let's do a Blue Sky post real quick before I forget. And then we can talk about some of these guys, the non-dinosaurian archosaurs, like your Crocs and co. from the Mesozoic. Yeah. Alright, screenshot. Let's see if that's any good. Yeah, that'll work. We can use that. Alright. And paste. Alright. It's posted here. Already says that I'm live. I didn't forget that. And Not Toxic says, serious question, if chickens are raptors, what does that make owls part of? Owls are, well, owls are too. All birds are dinosaurs. Here, we'll talk about that. I'm really glad you asked. This is... We'll get to that in a minute. Give me just a second here. Let's post that image. Alright. It's Thursday BIRDSday today. But we're talking all about other archosaurs. All about Archosauria more broadly. And probably Archelosauria, if we're being honest. All the turtle discussion that will likely occur. And you're invited to join us in chat at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Good screenshot of me in my office with a giant 3D printed gharial skull. Lurking behind me, along with a life-sized, along with a giant Pleistocene beaver skull, a Berlin Archaeopteryx specimen, some cycads, and more. There we go. And paleontologizing looks like that works. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Good stuff. Oh, well, you know, it decided to... Cool. I didn't even have to refresh the page. Neat. All right, here, we'll get to the raptors question first, and then we'll broaden that out to other archosaurs, especially during the Mesozoic. So, birds, in general, are a kind of dinosaur. We classify living things as scientists based on not what they look like, necessarily, not what they sound like, not what their vibes are. The way that we classify living things is based on their actual relationships. It's based on where they fit onto a family tree. It's actually based on their ancestry. So as far as we know, all living things on our planet are related to one another. Everything from ladybugs, to bacteria, to quinoa, to perching birds, to you and me. We are all part of this grand tree of life, and as far as we know, every living thing on our planet can trace its ancestry back to a single species about 3.5 billion years ago. All life on Earth is related. And thus, when we're classifying living things, we're trying to actually communicate how these things are related to one another. We're trying to figure that out, and then we're trying to illustrate that with diagrams like this. So here's a neat one for talking about what is a dinosaur and what isn't. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from the first dinosaur. If you did, then you are, by definition, a dinosaur. If you didn't evolve from that first dinosaur, then you're not a dinosaur. Does that make sense? Birds, as a group, all evolved from a single species of feathered dinosaur. So that means chickens and owls and ostriches and hummingbirds and penguins, all birds, all descended from a single species of feathered dinosaur. We don't know exactly which species it is yet, but we think we're pretty close when we have critters like Archaeopteryx. So it's not like different kinds of birds evolved from different groups of dinosaur or anything. No. All dinosaurs would have evolved from, or all birds, excuse me, would have evolved from a small feathered dinosaur that would have looked a lot like this. I love this illustration here. Archaeopteryx. Just a beautiful animal. One of the most famous fossil organisms is Archaeopteryx, whose name means ancient wing. It's a beautiful kind of, for lack of a better term, transitional form between non-bird dinosaurs and birds. So like modern birds, it's got full-on flight feathers on its arms. These are effectively wings. And it turns out they're actually more advanced than we realized after the study of the Chicago Archaeopteryx specimen. It's got all these other bird features. Obviously, it looks like a bird in this reconstruction. Here's the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx right here. This is my 3D print of it. Big wings like that. But unlike modern birds, it's got a lot of kind of more ancient dinosaur features. Still intact. Still has claws on its wings. Right there. It's still got teeth in its beak. It still has a bunch of vertebrae in its long, bony tail like that. These are all dinosaur characteristics. So, in essence, Archaeopteryx is, it's kind of a beautiful in-between, linking dinosaurs like Velociraptor, which we now know had feathers all over its body. It would have looked like a big, weird bird. Linking dinosaurs like this and its relatives, and the modern birds. Does that make sense? When you use the word raptor, it could mean a few different things. I think people maybe fail to realize that we never used to use the word raptor to refer to dinosaurs until Jurassic Park came out. That big pop culture phenomenon is the reason why people refer to different dinosaurs as raptors. Before this, people would refer to birds of prey as raptors. And now it turns out that not all the birds of prey are actually related to each other, but anyway. Yeah. The Aciptriformes, hawks, and their buddies here, their allies, their close relatives. This is a group that you would call raptors prior to when Jurassic Park came out. So it's interesting, like if you see the word raptor in a book or a newspaper or some publication prior to, say, about 1990, it is referring to these animals. It has nothing to do with dromaeosaurid dinosaurs or anything like that. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Nell says, if I recall correctly, hawks are more closely related to parrots and eagles. You're slightly misremembering there, Nell. So eagles are a kind of hawk, technically. You're thinking of falcons. So hawks, like the red-tailed hawk, and eagles like the Benelli's eagle right here, these are all part of a clade. You're thinking of falcons, who are way over here. Yeah. Falcons are here. They're not closely related to hawks or eagles. Yeah, so they're more closely related to the parrots. Yeah. Anywho, does that make sense? So yeah, so not toxic, is that making sense? All birds are equally closely related to that first dinosaur, that dinosaur that gave rise to them, the ancestor of all of the birds. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if... Yeah, and the word raptor is kind of... Different people use it in different ways. I think the way that you're probably thinking of is in reference to, like, the Dromaeosauridae. So this is the group of dinosaurs that most commonly gets referred to as raptors, if we're talking about Mesozoic dinosaurs. So it includes Velociraptor, Utahraptor, Deinonychus, Dromaeosaurus, etc. These are dromaeosaurs. Another depiction of them right here. To scale, it's such a cool figure. Love this right here. Different members of the Dromaeosaurid family. From Deinonychus right here, who's the actual Velociraptor from Jurassic Park, is actually Deinonychus. Real-life Velociraptor was significantly smaller. Here it is here. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Visionary says, what is that application you were just using to view the clades? That's onezoom.org. It is super cool. I'll give you a link in a second. There we go. There you go. Oh, I guess it's going to take you to parrots if you click there, but, you know, good enough. Here's one that'll take you to all life. Right here. Yeah. Yeah. And Fake2.tuno says Archaeopteryx, the first avian dinosaur, was about 150 million years old. But the first recorded dinosaur was 230-ish million years ago. How does science explain? I'm not sure I understand your question, Fake. So, here. Go to our timescale here. So, here, just to set the stage, this is representing time on our planet Earth. We can go all the way back to the dawn of our planet. That's way down here. Thank you, Dr. Terminator. I appreciate that.
A dinosaur project I've been helping and working on since early 2024 for the smallest details is finally releasing. Would be huge if you would react to the trailer.
Yeah. Give me a few minutes, Dr. Terran. I'll see if I can do that. Yeah, well, we can take a look at that. I've got some questions backing up here that I need to answer, but we can look at that. Remind me in a little bit. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way, Dr. Taro. Yeah. Anyway, we're up here in the present, in these black pixels at the very top. We're in the Holocene epoch, which is like not even... They don't even show it on here because it's so short so far. But anyway, the extinction of all the dinosaurs, except for a few bird species, happened 66 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous period. Dinosaurs thrived throughout the Cretaceous and the Jurassic. Dinosaurs first evolved in the Triassic period, probably about 240 million years ago, give or take. So this is where you've got your first dinosaurs here. So again, to bring it back to this diagram, your first dinosaur here, which is, here it's depicted like Eoraptor. That's a good depiction. This critter is from about here. Back in the Triassic period. And then later on, you get birds evolving from their dinosaurian ancestors. You get a few groups of dinosaurs that develop feathers. Well, one group of dinosaurs has feathers at least. Well, even that can be a little confusing. The point is, there is a group of feathered dinosaurs that gives rise to birds, and that happens during the Jurassic, because that's when this guy is from, Archaeopteryx. Archaeopteryx is from the Upper Jurassic period. I think it might be Camaragian or Tithonian. I forget. So yeah, you get your first dinosaurs evolving here. Dinosaurs start to diversify, developing all kinds of different shapes and sizes and lifestyles and habits and everything else. And birds are just one group during that. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Not Toxic says, how do we know that feathers come from dinosaurs? Because dinosaurs are the only animals that have feathers. Whether it's birds, or whether it's critters like these guys. Yeah. Zhen Xuan Long. I might be butchering that, and if I am, apologies. But this is a dromaeosaur, like Velociraptor. And this animal's got fossil feathers all over it. We've got a bunch of different feathered dinosaurs at this point. I'll show you Microraptor. Really beautiful feathers on this guy. So, feathers have been found on probably about 70 or 80 different dinosaur species so far. You have to have exquisite preservation in order to get this. But we've got that from a lot of places now, which is really extraordinary. So yeah. Yeah. And do they also have hollow bones like birds? Absolutely, Andrew Memorex, yeah. Yeah. We talked a lot about this kind of thing back in November. For Theropods Giving. Since all birds are living dinosaurs, here we go. Find that VOD. Or those VODs, I should say. That's weird. Our commands are not working? What's going on with that? Back on the YouTube page to Thanksgiving. New World Marmots? Anyway, we've got so many different lines of evidence now that all point to the same conclusion, that birds are indeed living dinosaurs. And, there it is. I don't know why it didn't work the first time. Command. But I put together this infographic to help kind of explain this topic to people. The idea is you could print this out at home, bring it to your Thanksgiving dinner, or In the United States, for the holiday of Thanksgiving, people will eat a turkey, Meleagris gallopavo. But if you live anywhere where people eat birds, all the same information applies. Whether it's your Boxing Day budgie or your Christmas goose or whatever else, you know? So here labeled is a turkey skeleton next to a velociraptor skeleton. See if you can tell the difference. I say that jokingly, but they do have a huge number of traits in common. These are different features that birds inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. Everything from their wishbone to their S-shaped neck, the hollowness of their bones, the structure of their ankle, the unique shape of that semi-lunate carpal bone, the wrist bone that's shaped kind of like a half moon. These are all different features that dinosaurs first evolved and birds inherited them. These are evolutionary hand-me-downs from their dinosaur ancestors. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. And Not Toxic says, so why are they so small then and not bigger? You did occasionally get species of bird that got really big. Like Apiornis, the elephant bird. These guys got pretty darn big. But for the most part, birds are small, and that's because, well, a lot of it has to do with that asteroid that hit 66 million years ago. When that thing came down and impacted in the Gulf of Mexico, it was pretty devastating afterward. Just about everything on our planet, every animal on our planet larger than, like, a small dog. There were no dogs back then, but basically everything bigger than, like, this, everything that weighed more than, like, 20 kilos, wiped out. And there were only a few species of bird that survived. All of the other dinosaurs, completely extinct after that. We've never found any dinosaur fossils above that layer in the rocks, above the KPG boundary. And so for a while, it was only small creatures that survived. And so just a handful of bird species survived. Most birds went extinct at the time, too. Something like 90% of bird species also died out at the end of the Cretaceous. Yeah, this is a figure that's from a paper that's not yet published, but I'm excited for when it does get published. This is really cool work. So anyway, it was a really devastating time. Only a few small bird species survived, and so birds, to a certain extent, are kind of locked into being small.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Niffler, thank you for the 30 months of support.
A bad nightmare.
Thank you
I really
for another
appreciate
fun
that,
month of
Niffler.
learning, informative interviews, hanging out, landlord visits, and for
thank you,
being so
Niffler.
passionate about making the science of both extinct and living animals so easily and understandably available to everyone who wanders through. Here's to the next month of fantastic content.
Here's to that. Thank you, Niffler. I appreciate your ongoing support. 30 months. That's nothing to sneeze at. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. And Not Toxic says, okay, so we know dinosaurs are truly real. I mean, you've seen me dig them up live on stream, right? I hope that's proof enough. Question is, are aliens real? I would not... I'll put it this way. This is not a controversial opinion among scientists. So, like, this is what most scientists will tell you if you have a conversation with them about that idea. And hang on. Thank you, Totally Be Alex, for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. If we're talking about, like, extraterrestrial beings, the universe is a really big place. There are literally billions of planets out there in our universe. Chances are some of them probably have life on them. But is there any good evidence that life from other planets has ever visited Earth? No. There is no good evidence for that. If there was, that would be incredibly cool, and I would be so excited to tell you about it. But no, we do not have good evidence of that. Maybe it'll happen someday. Maybe, I guess it's possible, but no. Aliens, in the way that you mean it, I think, are not real. There could be life on other planets elsewhere, but we have no reason whatsoever to think that any of that has ever come to Earth, or even that it will necessarily. People underestimate how vast the universe is, how incredibly long it would take to travel from planet to planet, from solar system to solar system. So, in a way, it's all the better reason to take care of our home. This planet that we live on is the only thing that we've got. And it's the only thing that we will have for the foreseeable future. Despite what hucksters and con men will try and tell you, we're not going to be able to go move to Mars, and after we trash this planet, not going to happen. Anybody, like, don't take it from me, take it from anybody who actually studies astronomy, astrophysics, rocketry, any of that stuff. We've got to take care of this place, not trash our home, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Whatever life, wherever life can exist, it will exist. Well, not necessarily Neverwinter. That's something that I really want to talk to a paleontologist at Berkeley about this on camera. Do a special stream about this, because he's been trying to tackle this problem from a paleobiological perspective. Well, that might even be too specific. He's trying to look at this from a paleontologist's perspective, at least. And it turns out that the conditions on Earth that allowed life to arise might be extraordinarily specific. And so life might actually be far more rare in the universe than we would like to think. You might actually need, like, active tectonic plates, like plate tectonics doing their thing and rifting and then creating undersea vents, and you need just the right mix of everything else in order for life to arise. It might be pretty special, you know? So yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, Addicted to Capping says, to travel to our nearest neighbor Andromeda, even at the speed of light, would take 2 million years. Is the nearest solar system 2 million light years away? Huh. But yeah. And Neverwinter says, but once life gets a foothold, it's incredibly tough to eradicate completely. Maybe, Neverwinter. I don't know. So that was another thing that I was really surprised to have to think about when I went to this big workshop and I was able to talk to the researchers about this. We don't know how many times life has arisen on Earth. We just know the time that it happened to stick around. There could have been a bunch of times when life arose independently on our planet and then got snuffed out. So it could be very, very vulnerable at the start. We don't know, you know. Sure, I guess I'm quibbling with the word foothold. If once life gets a foothold means that it's well established and becomes multicellular or even just widespread, it doesn't have to be multicellular. Yeah. So anyway. Nearest galaxy neighbor. Oh, gotcha, Lukai. Okay. Yeah. Anyhow. Forest Valkai. I don't chaotic hit, no. Yeah. What does he do? What does he work on? And Raman says, do you think intelligent life ever happened on Earth before? I'm not sure it's ever happened. You know? Still looking for intelligent life on Earth. Anyway, yeah. Not Toxic says, if life is a simulation, it's not. It's not. George from New York, thank you so much for the gift sub there. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping sustain science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate that, George. Thank you. 240 gift subs from you. That is impressive. I appreciate that, George. Thank you. Anyhow, and thank you, Saris Rainbows. It's good to see you, too. But yeah, no, Dinosaur Dave makes a good point. I mean, each one of these questions that you're asking, Not Toxic, are things that I could spend a week talking about. Like, there's so much to discuss. People write entire books on these things and get into heated arguments about them. But we don't have any evidence that there were any, like, pre-human civilizations on our planet because, well, shoot, we as human beings, at least, produce a tremendous amount of just garbage. It's kind of impossible to escape. There's a book about this, actually, that's really interesting. I need to pick it up again and finish it. It's, here we go. Footprints by David Ferrier, In Search of Future Fossils. So this book it's interesting. It's kind of philosophical. It's musings on, like, what are the impacts that we as human beings have had on our planet? And how does that show up in the environments around us? What evidence do we leave? If there are paleontologists or archaeologists in the future, human or not, what will they know about us based on what we leave behind? And turns out it's kind of depressing how much evidence we're leaving. How much we've messed up our planet. So yeah. Pendrake, that's the Minnesota flag right there. Solidarity with the people of Minnesota, who are currently fighting against, like, a fascist incursion. Anyhow, I don't want to get into that right now, though. Yeah. And Allison Makes asks, have you talked about banded iron formations, how they show up when cyanobacteria started producing iron? Or when they started oxidizing. When they started producing oxygen is what you mean. Yeah. We've not talked about that a lot on this channel before, but if you want to learn about that, here's a book that I just finished last night that I can recommend enthusiastically. If you'd like a really well-written and interesting, thought-provoking exploration of the study of rock layers, strata, this just came out. It's really good, and I guess I need to change my reading command because I'm finished with this one now. But there's a whole chapter basically about banded iron and about the development of cyanobacteria and them changing the composition of Earth's atmosphere and all of this. there's a time when there was no major component of our atmosphere oxygen. Like, there is a time when there was effectively no oxygen in Earth's atmosphere. It was living things that produced that. Photosynthetic organisms. This is, what, about 2 billion years ago, give or take? So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Very cool stuff. Strata by Laura Popek. I heard about this book from our friend Susie Maidmont, actually. And she's profiled in this, but she's mentioned a bunch of times. The author, Laura Popek, went to go visit Susie out in the field on a dinosaur dig in Wyoming. But anyway, if you'd like a nice introduction to what geology is all about and why it's important, this book is excellent. Where did that... Oh, here we go. Yeah. I'll give you a link to my VOD where I was interviewing Susie. This is a few weeks ago. Nice. It's funny, I was a little confused, I think, about what your role is exactly, because you do so many different things. You're working up in Birmingham. What's your title there?
I just have an honorary position there. So they give me an honorary title, which is where I get the title Prof, which means something slightly different in the UK than it does in the US.
Yeah.
But then I run a field trip for them, or I co-lead a field trip for them once a year for their undergraduate, third-year undergraduates to Utah, which is of course a massive hardship, as you can imagine, because basically, you know, not being actually a member of staff, I just sort of go and bimble about. And crack jokes, whilst the other people have to do all the kind of organising and the admin and stuff like that. So yeah, it's an enormous hardship. And we get to dig up some dinosaurs with Josh Lively. Do you know Josh? He's great.
I think Susie completely forgot. I was out there in the field with her back in September. Yeah, here I can find that. Here, I'll give you this link to our interview here. I'll even put a timestamp on it. There we go. But yeah, I was out there in the field with Josh and Susie back in September. Do I know Josh?
Place and that is being done by commercial guys is actually from the same individual. I mean, it could be that some of the specimens that we're seeing for sale are actually from our individual.
From the same individual.
Anyway, yeah. She was on autopilot explain mode. Yeah,
it's not the right moment.
No, I'm sitting here having a break. I'm supervising.
We had somebody in the chat mention Spicomelis, and they're pretty excited about it, so I figured we'd come and talk to you about it.
Oh, great. Yeah. Love to,
yeah. Incredibly weird, cool dinosaur. You were talking about some exciting developments. I don't know if you could share any.
I'm not sharing that. That's a secret. Yeah. That's a secret.
I figured, yeah.
We have more to come, put it that way.
That's this dinosaur right there.
How's the reception been on this dinosaur?
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing. We
bonkers animal. Yeah, it's just incredibly weird and cool.
When we saw it, we had been working for a long time with this team in Morocco, and one of the guys that we were right at the site where all the fossils are coming out, and we were kind of paying him to.
Anyway, yeah. How did we get here? Oh yeah, this book. Oh, and banded iron formations and stuff. Yeah, highly recommend this book, Strata by Laura Popek. I actually should see about interviewing her. I think that would be a really cool discussion if we could make that happen. But yeah. And I'm glad you liked that interview, Casey. That was exciting. It was fun. Susie's great. She's got a podcast, by the way, which I should probably plug. Called The Fossil Files. There we go. Here's a link. A pair of paleontologists delve into the latest discoveries from the world of paleontology and seek to bring fossils back to life. Each episode, Susie and Rob will discuss an interesting new research paper, ranging from topics of what dinosaurs ate, how plesiosaurs swam, where we came from, the science of de-extinction, all that good stuff. Yeah, really neat stuff. I need to listen to some of these. I've not gotten into them yet. I need to. Yeah. And I'll see you later, George Mueller. Thanks for being here. Yeah. And Totally B. Alex's thoughts on whether or not Spinosaurus could have had webbed feet. There is some indication that they might have. There are kind of dorsal-ventrally compressed pedal unguals, or pedal unguals and pedal phalanges. So it looks like their toe bones are kind of squashed from top to bottom a little bit, and that might have something to do with being webbed. But there's still a lot of uncertainty about that. Yeah. Yeah, Totally be Alex. The difficult thing about Spinosaurus is that we have disagreements about which fossils to call Spinosaurus and which not to. And this is something that I think is only going to become more pressing as more fossils are being published. I'm privy to a few things that haven't been published yet, and they're going to shake things up a little bit, it seems. There's some new Spinosaurids. Anyway. Many of you have probably seen this diagram here. There we go. Especially this one here. Here is a skeleton of Spinosaurus with different bones color-coded according to the different individuals that they came from. So each different color represents a different individual animal, and some of these are from Egypt, some of these are from Morocco. We don't actually know if they line up in time, and so it could be several different kinds of Spinosaurid that all contributed pieces to this here. We might be mixing up different kinds of dinosaur. In fact, it seems like that's almost certainly the case. And so when we're talking about Spinosaurus, it's tricky, you know? But, and even here, like, this is a figure from Scott Hartman's blog, I think. He does a lot of skeletal reconstructions. So he was looking at this figure from a paper, and he's like, that doesn't look right. I applied some of the same measurements from the paper to these bones, and I did my own reconstruction, and the hind limb should be a lot longer. Right here. Like, they made them too short here, he said. So there's... Spinosaurus is one of these dinosaurs that's very mysterious, to the point where we don't even know what to call Spinosaurus and what not to in a lot of cases. Does that make sense? Yeah. And there you go, Totally be Alex. Yeah, I work on Spinosaurids as well. On like their, I've got a paper that I need to publish sometime this year about their feeding ecology. So I'm very interested in them. But yeah. And exactly, Cripson. That's what I was just saying. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. There's a fire alarm. The smoke detector is beeping on the other side of the house, and I gotta go deal with this because nobody else is home. It's not an alarm going off, it's just beep, 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 beep. Sometimes you have to go press the button to get it to stop. It's being a little annoying. But, here, let's get back to that part with Susie. I'll just leave this on for a minute while I go run and take care of that.
Yeah, how's the reception been on this dinosaur?
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing. We,
Spicomelis. Yeah. I'll be right back.
When we saw it, so We have been working for a long time with this team in Morocco,
Yeah.
and one of the guys that we were right at the site where all the fossils are coming out, and we were kind of paying him to work for us rather than work for the commercial dealers. So before he was pulling things out and then selling them to the commercial dealers, we were like, well, instead of doing that, why don't you find them, leave them in the ground, and then tell us when we arrive. But actually, what happens is you have these big flash floods that come down, and they. Yeah, exactly. So they're going to just erode out all the bones. So he was actually kind of hoiking these things out and saving them for us. So when we got there, he pulled them all out and he put them out outside his house for us. And like straight away, I was like, "Wow, this is a nature paper." You know, like straight up, this is bananas. I can't even identify what half of these bones were. So we knew it was going to be a big deal. But I mean, it has been like, there is. Actually, my daughter sent me a picture yesterday from her Earth magazine, it's like a kids magazine, with
Mom named that.
Yeah. So it has, and it's brilliant. We got in the Guinness Book of World Records for having the oldest ankylosaur, which is kind of a random one, but. And was like, oh yeah, I'll put that in the Guinness World Records.
Very cool,
So yeah, it's been very exciting. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's really, really cool.
I mean, we've got all around the world with it as well.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you've got more material too. I mean, that's the thing that's kind of striking to me is that this must have been a common animal if you're finding more and more material from it.
So one thing that we don't have a good handle on at the moment, I mean, we're in the very early stages of the exploration of these rocks. So one, we don't have a good handle on actually whether all of the material that's for sale across Europe on Facebook Marketplace and that is being dug up by commercial guys is actually from the same individual. I mean, it could be that some of the specimens that we're seeing for sale are actually from our individual.
From the same individual
that we've described. But I mean, we actually don't have a good handle on this yet. And it's difficult because every time we go there, the fossils are getting stolen basically. So you have to have a permit to dig where we dig. And we are the only people with the permit to dig in the area. So anyone else who's digging and selling fossils from there is doing so illegally. So it's really frustrating. Because it prevents us from being able to get that sort of data because we are losing so much information.
Interesting. Oh, really? If there's like one misperception or one thing you'd like to clear up about this animal, when things like this get a lot of press, they sometimes get mildly misrepresented or something. What's something you would like people to know about Spicomelis?
I prefer to listen to hip hop rather than punk music.
Oh yeah, so there was a lot of headlines about that it's a punk rock dinosaur, and that was actually. It was not our nickname for it at all. The producer of the BBC News programme said, "Can we get one of you two on camera, well, me and Rich on camera, saying this?" And so they actually came up with it, and then they made it look like we said it. And yeah, anyway, Richard volunteered, so he had to say it. So luckily, I got away with it.
Sheepishly on camera.
Wait, could you hear the stupid thing? Sorry. Anyway. When you left, I'm like, I know, it's just, like, it really hurts. My ear is really hurting, and it didn't stop. I don't know. Nobody else is home right now, so it's just me having to deal with all this stuff while trying to stream to 220 plus people. Anyhow. And Quack Happy, how are you doing? Welcome. Good to have you. Did we have another question up top that I... Well, anyway. Let's do Metazoa before I forget. And we will get into that. There we go. So we were talking earlier about how, as far as we know, all living things on our planet are descended from a single common ancestor, which means that all living things are related. That's kind of what Metazoa is all about. This is a daily animal guessing challenge game, whatever you want to call it. It's a lot like that game Wordle. if you're familiar with that. I'm trying to figure out what is the mystery word of the day. Instead, we're trying to figure out what is the mystery animal of the day. And we do that by using an evolutionary family tree to kind of narrow things down using these different clades, these different evolutionary groups. And so without further ado, let's get into it today and see if we can get this. See if we can get it in 5 or fewer guesses. They give you 20. We'll see if we can do it in 5.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. I usually like to start with a placental mammal because this game is kind of biased toward mammals to a certain extent. Makes sense. It's mammals who made this game. Understandable. But that usually saves us a few guesses if we start with a mammal. So, yeah. And yep, Castoroides, a giant Pleistocene beaver on the wall wombat hole. We can talk about that in a little bit. Yeah, we can do beaver. We'll start off with a beaver. That's a kind of rodent. It's probably a good place to start. Let's see. Oh, okay. Not a beaver, not a rodent, not a mammal, not even a vertebrate, but it is a bilaterian. So let's talk about what that is. Oh, the way that this game works is when you make a guess, it doesn't say no. It says, well, it'll give you the most exclusive evolutionary group that includes your animal that you guessed and the mystery animal. And so here we're pretty far away. Bilateria is a huge clade. Let me show you what that is. We'll go to animals first. Because again, Metazoa is only animals, so we don't have to deal with the whole tree. Only 1.4 million species. We guessed beaver. And Sammy Keen, thank you for the 26 months of support. Hey, I really appreciate that.
Less than
Thank
3.
you, Sammy Keen.
Astonishing.
Thank you.
Simply astonishing. One of the
26
most
months is a long
singular
time.
specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me?
Gary and Kellis, did you unfollow by mistake and then refollow? Anyway, Sammy Keen, thank you so much for the 26 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah, here we'll jump to beavers here, and then we'll jump out to bilateria, so you know what we're talking about. Is there beavers 2 living species within this group? Castoridae. But our critter is not a beaver. Here on Metazoa, it says, nope, not a beaver. Best I could do for you today is bilateria. So, let's jump out to bilateria. Bilaterally symmetrical animals. Which also includes the radially symmetrical animals, the echinoderms, which I think is kind of funny. But yeah, there we go. Bilateria. So, that tells us that our critter is not going to be part of this clade. Beavers are a kind of bony vertebrate, which are a kind of chordate, which are a kind of deuterostome, so we know it can't be part of this clade. Instead, it's got to be a protostome. This is insects and other arthropods. This is mollusks. This is worms. Or things like C. elegans, at least. It probably has the annelids, too, right? Maybe. Anyway, yeah. It's some kind of protostome. So, anytime we get this, I try and think, what is the most speciose group within this clade? And it might be the beetles. There we go. Might be the beetles. Give me the name of a beetle and a coleopteran beetle. Not John, Paul, Ringo, or Yoko. Dr. Terra says ladybug. I mean, yeah. And Pete Best. There you go, Automaton. Best of the Beatles. How about that? Ladybug is traditional and new. Let's see. And our critter is an arthropod, but it's not a ladybug, which means it's not a beetle, which means it's not an insect, but it is an arthropod. So we're on the right track. Chat, what are arthropods that are not insects? We've got our crustaceans. We've got our arachnids. We've got our myriapods, things like millipedes. So, insects are a kind of hexapod, which is part of Pancrustacea, which is part of Mandibulata. I bet you it's going to be an arachnid. Spiders, mites, scorpions, and relatives. These are also ticks and limulids like horseshoe crabs and critters like that. Just by the numbers, it's probably going to be some kind of spider. Spiders are the biggest group within this clade. There's tons of spiders. It's probably going to be some kind of spider. So give me the name of a spider, chat, and we'll try that. Yeah. And Ms. Blue Sky says, don't guess any mites. They're close to being arachnid outgroups. A bad guess? Yeah. We like to find something that's pretty derived. And wolf spider. That's a good one, Automaton. Let's try that. They don't have wolf spider. What do we have on offer for spiders? Cellar spider, huntsman spider, orb weaver, or harvestman? Harvest spider. I saw somebody, Raman said harvestman earlier. Let's try that and see if that gets us anywhere closer. Okay, it's closer, but it's not. It's an arachnid. Our critter is not a harvestman. And actually, shoot, come to think of it, that was maybe not the best guess, because I don't think harvestmen are very derived. Let's see. Yeah, they're over here. Which, are they even true spiders? I don't think they are. Shoot. Ah, that was a wasted guess. I should have gone with a more derived kind of spider, like a true spider. The harvestmen are even outside of Drat. So it could still be a spider, or it could still be a scorpion. That was a guess I threw away. That was a mistake. Shoot. Yeah. Let's try a spider here. We'll try, they don't have jumping spider? They have tarantula. Yeah, let's try orb weaver spider, maybe. Let's see. Our critter is a spider. Okay, okay. But part of Araniae, which are the true spiders, I think. There we go. So it is a member of this group, but it is not an orb weaver. The orb weavers are where? Let's see where they are, just to get our bearings. Orb weaver. They are pretty deeply nested. Okay, that's good to know. So it said best I can do for you is spiders. Orb weavers are down here. I think brown recluse spiders might be down here somewhere. Yeah, that's interesting. It didn't say true spiders. That's Araneomorphae, I guess. It just said spiders, which tells us it's something a bit more basal, a bit more primitive, a bit more early diverging. It's probably going to be some kind of tarantula. Let's try that. Ooh, I got a good feeling about this. I think this might be it.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. Yeah, there we go. It is. Excellent. Theraphosa blondi. Nice. Still got that in 5 guesses, even with that one guess that was kind of squandered. That's not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah. Excellent. And 4 guesses for you. See, Petrodactylus beat me today. I shouldn't have guessed Harvestman. That really sank me. That was anyway. There we go. Excellent. Average guess is down to 5.2. That's pretty good, you know? Could do a lot worse than that. Again, they give you 20 guesses to start with. Yeah. Nice, Petrodactylus. See? Petrodactylus knows the strategies there. Harvestmen are very interesting, Ramen. Yeah, they are. Their fossil record goes back a long way, too. I think back to, like, the Carboniferous. Yeah. Here we go. Fossil. Daddy Longlegs once had second set of eyes. What? Yeah. Newly described 305 million year old. That's not even that old. Fossil found in eastern France shows that wasn't always the case. Used to have 4 eyes. Interesting. Huh. Cool. Yeah, there's a scan of the fossil right there. Pretty neat. Norshwing says, how do you fossilize a spider? Very carefully. Now, in this case, what kind of strata was it in? Let's see. Well, let's look up that. Oh, here it is. Current biology. Here's the paper. It is open access, thank goodness. Look at that.
Access granted. You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
Thank you, Adeptus Alatussi, for the 3 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. I really appreciate it. Thank you, kind. Yeah. Good stuff. A Paleozoic stem group to mite harvestmen revealed through integration of phylogenetics and development. Okay. So they scan it using microtomography, micro-CT, of course. But what's the actual specimen? What is it preserved in? What's the strata around? What's the... Is it a mudstone? It's not an amber, presumably. I don't think we have any amber that's that old. It's a chert. The exceptional preservation of Scotland's Rhynie cherts provided the earliest currently recognized Apiliones harvestmen. This Devonian species, Eophalangium shiri, was placed within this suborder Eupnoi on the basis of genitalic morphology. So it's in a chert. So a chert is a kind of sedimentary rock. this. That is... What can I tell you about chert? I know we have it at Doling's Bowl. But yeah. It is often very, very fine-grained. So you can get high-resolution preservation in that. Under the right conditions. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Anyhow. And have we had any news from Papa Jim recently? Not really, no. I think Jim has been giving a bunch of talks and stuff recently, so he's been pretty busy. And yeah, there you go. Shark Geek, yes. Yeah. Anyhow. Oh, we've got news about our puma. Let's talk about that. Here we go. So this is a continuing saga here. And that fire alarm thing is driving me nuts. I'm going to have to go see if I can press the button and get it to stop. It's doing the, like, low battery beep, even though the battery isn't low. We just changed it out. So, Here. Let's do a quick recap on our urban puma. So I'll catch you up to yesterday. Here we go, and I will be right back. Be right back.
In recent days, a 2-year-old has been seen terrorizing the streets of San Francisco.
They determined it was a 2-year-old male. It weighed roughly about 77 to 78 pounds.
A 2-year-old mountain lion.
Oh my God.
It was spotted Sunday night wandering the streets of an upscale neighborhood, and then again Monday morning.
This is normal for a male to leave its mother and go claim its own territory.
Tiffany Yap says she came eye to eye with the big cat.
We locked eyes for over 5 minutes. Was actually really honored that the mountain lion didn't eat me.
The animal was found hiding in a garden between apartment buildings yesterday.
They determined that it needed to be tranquilized several times.
Vets with the San Francisco Zoo were called to examine the puma at the scene. Neighbors, locals, even other felines looking on as officials captured the mountain lion and took it away in a crate.
And I hope that, they're able to bring him to a place where it's more natural for him or her.
San Francisco rarely sees mountain lions, but coyotes are relatively common. So common, in fact,
where he'll be released.
All right,
that one
fixed
walked right behind a reporter for our San Francisco station. There it is during her live report about the mountain lion.
He was ready for his exclusive interview. The mountain lion, by the way, was last tagged about 50 miles away. It's now being tested before getting released into the wild.
Yep, and that release has been successful, evidently. Really good to hear. Right. Yeah, check this out.
They're following the story of that wayward mountain lion in San Francisco that really mesmerized viewers across the Bay Area. Well, today we've learned that big cat has been released in a natural habitat.
ABC 7 News reporter Gloria Rodriguez was the first reporter on scene yesterday when Animal Control captured the cat, and she joins us live in studio with the latest, Gloria.
Yes, and we have some good news to report this morning. The mountain lion is out of San Francisco and is safe. And I talked to a biologist who is very familiar with him.
The mountain lion that captured the attention and hearts of San Franciscans is now back in the wild. He was released early Wednesday morning.
Everything went smoothly.
Yesterday morning, okay.
He's a healthy mountain lion. He left his crate right away and off he went into the forest.
The cat is believed to be around 2 years old and 77 pounds, likely getting lost in the city when trying to find his own territory. Several Pacific Heights residents saw him in their neighborhood.
Ramen says San Franciscans? Yeah. That's the demonym for people from San Francisco. Unless you're wondering about something else? There we go. Demonym. San Franciscan. See? Demonym is a word that means like... It's like New Yorker, you know? It identifies a group of people, like inhabitants or residents of an area. So yeah.
Neighborhood, even crossing city streets. Then Tuesday, he was seen in between apartment buildings, and officials eventually got him out safely. But the cat was no stranger to field biologist Richie King of the Santa Cruz Puma Project, which tracks mountain lions.
I was like, it's that same guy. He's still looking for his own little home territory.
King has had 4 encounters with 157M as they know him. King has put collars on the cat for tracking that they can grow out of or lose. The last time King saw the cat, he was in somebody's yard in Saratoga. Tuesday, King put a collar on him again, and he hopes the mountain lion stays safe.
Doing his thing, carving out a little niche for himself, and survives, persists, and, you know, just lives a natural life out here.
In a few weeks, you should be able to keep tabs on 157M yourself on the Santa Cruz Puma Project's website.
Oh, very cool.
And wildlife officials say while the animals generally try to avoid humans, sometimes they do end up in cities like this mountain lion.
Yep, and that's not the first time that's happened in San Francisco in the last. I think there have been 4 or 5 or 6 different pumas that have come into San Francisco, like been spotted within the urban part of San Francisco in the past 5 or 6 years. Yeah. Anywho, people are talking about all kinds of demonyms in the chat. Yeah. Let's see if we can track that down, actually. Where was
Lives
that?
a natural life out here.
In a few weeks, you should be able to keep tabs on 157M yourself on the Santa Cruz Puma Project's website.
Gotcha. I don't think they want to make that information public right now just because, I don't know. I think they want to give him some privacy for now. That's understandable. There we go. But here is the Santa Cruz Puma Project. There's the Puma tracker. Hang on. F. Edgar. Thank you so much for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that. Indeed,
That's
cats
how
are
curious.
curious. Yes. Thank you for keeping me here online. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. And Shark Geek says, my friend showed me a trail cam picture of a Florida panther on his land recently. I thought that was pretty neat given how rare they are. Yeah, you even have a license plate in Florida. My friend Liz had this for years and years on her Honda CR-V. But yeah, residents of Florida, if you register a vehicle in the state, you can get this special plate, and I bet that the proceeds from this, the fees actually go toward panther conservation. Yeah, hopefully we don't bump into it. I mean, it'd be more scared of you than you are of it, Sharky. I've met you. You're a big guy. Like, you're tall. I don't think a panther, a puma would mess with you. Yeah, but here we go. I guess it's $80 for the license plate. Oh wait, is this for a souvenir one or is this the actual one? Well, either way, we'll give you a link. Yeah. They also have another program, another license plate in Florida. I actually showed this off yesterday. The Helping Sea Turtles Survive license plate in Florida. You've got some pretty cool ones in Florida. You know? Yeah. Good stuff. I've got a small 20-pound dog. Gotta watch his back. There you go. Yeah. I think this is a baby loggerhead, hence the big head. But yeah. Yeah. And you had that Play-Doh alligator? Nice, Alexander. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
Thank you, Nix Aiko, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, I actually have one of these. It's not... Some of you saw this yesterday. It's a souvenir one. It's not real, but I had this on the wall yesterday during our leatherback stream. Yeah. You can find those on eBay. But, yeah, hard to find an alligator one. Yeah, that's interesting, Alexander Morris. But, Shark Geek's got a shark one. That's neat. Oh, that is really cool. That is really cool. It's a nifty design. Anytime you get blue and orange like that, contrasting with one another, there's potential for it to be really, really cool looking. I like this a lot. Is that a Mako? The eyes look too big for a white shark, so I bet you that's a Mako. Yeah, pretty neat. Oh, and Alexander Morrison says mackerel shark. Well, mackerel sharks are a whole group, right? Comes off like a poor beagle. It does, doesn't it, with the big old eyes? They're kind of goofy looking. Yeah. Yeah. When I lived in Montana, I had a specialty plate, and I actually have it right here. This is off my old field vehicle. But yeah, proceeds from this benefited the museum that I worked with, Museum of the Rockies, and fossil was not taken. I think I had 3 different options that you could fill out. It was like dinosaur was taken, paleo was taken, fossil was not. No. And my undergrad advisor at the time, Dave Verricchio, who works on troodontids, among other dinosaurs. Here's a picture of it. Somebody took a picture of it and posted it on online. There it is right there. Troodon. Nice. Sorry about that. Lordy just got home and she's trying to fix the... Oh, I didn't realize there's one in here, too. That's why you can hear it. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Jim is trying to work with folks in the state of Utah to have a Utah dinosaur fossil specialty license plate that folks can sign up for, and then the proceeds from that will go to funding paleontology in the state. I think it's a really, really cool idea. So he was talking to some paleo artists to ask if they could get like an Allosaurus, the state fossil. So, yeah. Anyway, ignore that. Sorry. Anyhow. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, can we get some of those awesome dinosaur license plates in Washington, despite the fact that we have, like, no dinosaurs here? You know, I think Washington might still have a state dinosaur, despite not really having any dinosaur fossils. Did they name Susiosaurus their state dinosaur? Oh, goodness. It might not even be official. Although, this is saying that it is. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Is Dino Digger still available? That's way too many characters, Luke Herman's Gaming. I don't think any states offer more than 7 characters in a license plate. Most states it's 6, or I think even 5. Wyoming might be just 5 characters. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Why don't we talk about... We'll take a look at this. We started this the other week, this documentary that they had a special showing of it at SVP. They've had special showings at different museums over, Oh, you know what? Hang on. I was talking about why dinosaurs. We'll talk about that a different time, I think. There's a new... Hang on, chat. Let me go see if I can help with this. Lordy's trying to get the smoke alarm thing to stop acting up. Hang on just a minute. Let me play you a movie trailer real quick to help pass the time, and I will be right back, okay?
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
There's something alien out there. You need to be quiet and move.
All right, hey, sorry about that. The fire alarms are malfunctioning, and don't know what the problem is. Lordy's home. She's trying to deal with it right now, and it's just I don't want this to end the stream. We'll see if she's able to get that to work. Anyway. I'm trying very, very hard not to be frustrated by everybody backseating in the chat and saying, replace the batteries. And it's not that. We're smarter than that. That's not the problem. It's like, I think it might be a software malfunction. Anywho, yeah. Tone Rebellion, thank you for the 17 months. Hey, I really appreciate
gorgeous
that.
gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago,
thank you,
their
Tone
fossil
Rebellion.
bones remain.
I
so
love
we know
how
just
this
what they
edit
were like,
implies that
and can
Adam
even
Driver's
sculpt them
character
into
is a
still, or
psychopath
rather
unloading with
extinct
full auto
life.
at tiny harmless mammals.
Yeah.
Brudan one dead.
Anywho, yeah. Anywho, yeah. Let's take a look at this video here, which I think is really neat. This just came out 7 days ago, and I somehow missed it. Video from PBS Terra, how stealing endangered turtle eggs saved them from extinction. I'm guessing this is like a hatcheries thing. Let's take a look at this. And, this is cool. Yeah. Here.
As the sun sinks towards the horizon here in Costa Rica, one of nature's most spectacular rituals is about to take place.
Oh, I know what this is. This is La Arribada. So this is an event when literally thousands of turtles will show up at the same time in the same place to lay their eggs. So unlike the other species of turtle, green sea turtles and leatherbacks and ridleys, who will they'll kind of nest on their own secretively during the night, instead this is just like this barrage of turtles that are all showing up, and it's like they're storming the beach, you know? Incredibly cool. Is it loggerheads who do this? Let's see. I think so. No, they're Ridleys, actually. Okay. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Olive Ridleys, I think. Super cool. So again, when we're talking about these guys, they are not close relatives of leatherbacks. This is a different kind of turtle, but a lot of this will still be relevant to our leatherback turtle conservation discussions and everything. There we go. There's turtles within this clade. The Testudines, we've got this clade, the Chelonoidea, which includes the leatherback, and then all of the other sea turtles are on, they come off of this node here. So this is the Cheloniidae, are the hard-shelled sea turtles. And there's the olive ridley there. You'll notice that all of these are red, except for the flatback, which I don't think has been evaluated, but they might be endangered too. Red means endangered. All sea turtle species are threatened with extinction. According to some people I've talked to, even the green, which was recently delisted. That may have been premature, but anyway. Yeah. This is super cool. This is... I've heard people who have seen this in person say it is one of the most extraordinary events in nature. Just incredible. Take a look.
Hundreds of thousands of sea turtles.
And addicted to capping, these are all of the sea turtle species are endangered because of human activities. Yeah, largely poaching their eggs and killing the adult turtles too. But also fishing bycatch is huge. Pollution doesn't help them, especially plastic pollution. They were doing spectacularly well before people showed up and started really exploiting them. Generally speaking, species tend not to go extinct within, like, the course of a human lifetime without human intervention. Extinction is one of those things it's not as common, like, on a human time scale as you would imagine it would be. And oftentimes, to have, like, major extinction events take place, something really bad has to happen, like an asteroid strike or runaway climate change because of greenhouse gases emitted by gigantic volcanoes, like at the end of the Permian, stuff like this, you know? There's this pervasive idea that, like, oh, well, species have, like, a finite, you know, time frame, an expiration date, so to speak, and, you know, and once the time is up, they just blink out of existence. It does not work that way. So yeah, it's because of people that all of these species are threatened right now. Yeah, in developing where they're living, yeah, Shark Geek, the destruction of nesting beaches is a big deal too. Yeah. Anywho.
Killer rituals is about to take place. Hundreds of thousands of sea turtles have come here like a living tsunami. No one knows exactly what makes these turtles all come to this spot on the same night, but we do know why. Over the next few nights, tens of millions of eggs will be laid on this beach. But tomorrow, locals will come and dig up thousands of those eggs.
Why are they doing that? Well, in some places in the world, people will dig these up because they think that the eggs have magical properties, that they can cure cancer, or they act as aphrodisiacs or something like that. None of that is true, obviously. They're not even that good to eat. They're less nutritious than chicken eggs, for instance. But anyway, in this case, they're excavating these nests for a good reason, I think. We'll see.
Every sea turtle species is either threatened or endangered today, which is why it's illegal.
And, Case Kuchin, thank you for continuing your gift sub.
Let's protect our fossils.
Converting to a tier 1. I really appreciate that, Case Kuchin. Thank you.
America loses them.
Hey.
Forever.
I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly, Case Kuchin. That means a lot. A recurring sub like that, that's the bread and butter of our support here. That's why I can continue to do this day after day. Appreciate that, Case Kuchin. And Lordy also figured out the smoke alarm thing upstairs, so that's not beeping anymore. We're in a good spot. Yeah.
Legal to collect eggs basically everywhere in the world. But here, on this beach, it's actually encouraged. It's hard to believe, but stealing a few eggs might be the secret to saving this sea turtle species.
Huh.
And we're here to find out how.
What's this about?
Oh man, getting to these turtles is not easy. This is more of a full body workout than a road trip, if I'm being.
What are you talking about? You're driving. You don't have to hike miles and miles. You got it easy, man.
Being honest, but my journey is nothing compared to the one that the turtles have been on. I better watch the road.
And Kia Britt, holy cow, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. You met our son at the Science Museum of Minnesota. I'm flying your state flag right now. Solidarity with the good people of Minnesota. Thank you for those gift subs. I really appreciate that, Kia Britt. You did not have to do that. Thank you, thank you.
Kia Britt is overloading the system with 10
Fantastic.
subs.
I really appreciate your generosity there. Look how excited you've made this Tinamou bird. Get out of there! It's gonna blow! A little too excited. Anyway, thank you, Kia Bread. I appreciate your support. Oh, you mentioned the flag there. Seeing
if you're
that
feeling a bit
the flag
cheated,
makes our hearts
try
fill with
blaming the
joy.
dinosaurs.
And thank you, Mary L, for the 100 bits there. Really appreciate that. Yeah, this just showed up in the mail the other day. But I wanted to put this up on Monday, and hadn't arrived yet. So I made my own. Let me get that. There. this. I made one from scratch. If you go back to the VOD for Monday, you'll see this. But made that out of felt. We also held a big fundraiser last week for a food bank in South Minneapolis. Veep.org, which is kind of it's a funny acronym. It's like volunteers enacting. What is it? Enacting assistance for people. We were able to raise well over $1,000, which I'm really proud of. This community has been incredibly generous, and I'm just kind of blown away. What was that? Oh, it's further back. Okay, hang on. There we go. Not as good as the laser loon, but we'll take what we can get. I love the laser loon. I've seen that flag. That's so cool. But yeah, I hope you're doing okay, Kia Bread. I hope you and your family are safe and staying sane out there. It's rough. You know, but our thoughts are with you out there in Minnesota. Thank you for fighting the good fight, and if you need anything, you let me know, okay? Anyhow, let's get back to oh, first, Kia Bread, I'm also showing off your state fossil here, too. This is Casteroides, which is a giant Pleistocene beaver. It is the state fossil of Minnesota. This is life-size. This is a beaver skull. This is a beaver that was about the size of a black bear.
A tier 1 sub to Kia Bread.
Thank you, Golgan. I appreciate your generosity.
529 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah. Check out those teeth right there. Those big incisors on the front. This was such a cool critter. And I knew I had to 3D print one. Be able to show that off. Again, sometimes it's tough to try and find ways to like make paleontology relevant to Minnesota and vice versa. But there's that. Pretty cool critter. Pretty cool. There we go. Casteroides ohioensis, who is not the state fossil of Ohio, but of Minnesota. Incredibly cool animal, Casteroides. Just a giant beaver. They lived everywhere from Florida up to Alaska during the last ice age. So, presumably they only went extinct within the last few thousand years. But, yeah. A very cool animal. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. We'll get back to our video here, talking about sea turtle nesting. Addicted to Capping says, we use Casteroides in ARC to gather wood. Really? That's funny. I like that. Anyhow. And Trick Track says, is there a 19th century depiction that makes the beaver look like a super predator? If there is, I'm not aware of it. Sounds amusing, though. I mean, but beavers were... It's not like this is some exotic North American mammal that Europeans didn't know about. They were native to Europe at one point. They may or may not have been driven to extinction in Europe. I'm not sure if the Eurasian beaver is still around. European beaver? I think they are, but I'm not 100% sure. But are you talking about like this depiction? That is pretty funny. Yeah. Gene Wen says beavers are still very much around. I know they've been reintroduced to parts of England, but I'm not sure if those are European beavers or if they're American beavers who have been reintroduced. Yeah. The Eurasian beaver is very much still around. Good to hear, Charlie's Dragon. Good to hear. Yeah. I know there's a lot of other, like, European mammals that were driven to extinction. So it's really good to hear that beavers are still hanging on there. Hopefully thriving nowadays. Yeah. Any cool critters. Should we talk about this animal before we get to the sea turtle nesting? I feel like we should. I'm jumping around a fair bit right now, but it's a live broadcast. This is unscripted. We can do what we want. Let's talk about Castoroides. 'Cause I don't think we really had an opportunity to discuss it much on Monday. We had so many other things going on. Let's take a look at this PBS Eons video about Castoroides and let that be a springboard for discussion here. Let's get it.
During those warmer, wetter periods.
Nope. From the beginning, please.
A little over 10,000 years ago, North America was home to the biggest beaver that ever existed. And yes, I know I talk to you all the time about giant extinct animals like the biggest frog and the longest snake and the hugest dinosaurs. But it's important to me personally.
Oh yeah, and I made the joke earlier. You know, why does nobody talk about the most medium dinosaurs? Like, for instance, good old Camptosaurus. If there were ever a dinosaur that were the most medium, maybe it was Camptosaurus. You look at it and you go, yep, that's a dinosaur. Like this illustration. I used one of these as, I think the one on the right, as a template for one of my Iguanodon illustrations I did on a field jacket last year. But yeah. Oh, and that's really cool, Gene. I love stories like that. That's so cool. Here, before we get into Castoroides, this giant Pleistocene beaver, chat, you're familiar with the parachuting beavers from, like, the middle of the 20th century, right? Do you know about this? I feel like we've talked about it before. But, this is pretty great.
Large shipping crate.
Although I feel like there's a... Here we go. Yeah.
Welcome back. The video you're about to see is something you have to literally watch closely and see to believe.
For decades, there have been whispers that a video filmed by the Idaho Fish and Game Department showed airplane beaver drops. That video has finally, at long last, been unearthed. This video that you're watching right now from the 1950s is called Fur for the Future.
Not Back to the Future.
Yeah, right. Fur for the Future. It shows the trapping and transplanting of beavers. It was an attempt by the department to reestablish the furry critters to remote areas and help local habitats. Here is the entire 14-minute documentary, for your viewing pleasure.
Fur is important. Fur is a resource of our
fur is especially important to the animals that grow it, not just to us.
Country and our time. We value the skins of fur-bearing animals for their beauty, their warmth,
not as much as
and
they value
their
it.
durability. The farmer followed the fur trapper across the continent. The trapper explored the forests long before the logger came. Cities were built, and rivers and streams were harnessed for power and irrigation. Along with timber and water, fur is an important resource.
Neverwinter, yeah.
Many Idaho fur-bearing animals are live trapped and transplanted to new areas. Trappers move along a stream, setting traps to capture muskrats without harm. The trapper carefully places his trap in the rushes and weeds along the water's edge. Carrots are used as bait to entice nocturnal muskrats as they search for food each night. After the trap line has been run in the early morning hours, captured animals are transferred to a holding crate. Muskrats have all the room they need in these big crates.
Anyway, let's get to the airborne portions of this here.
This will furnish information necessary for management.
Yeah, and let's get to the part with the beavers.
Parachute from an airplane. A conservation officer runs suspension ropes through the beaver drop box. In preparing for the operation, beaver must be sorted for even size and weight, with one pair of beaver for each box.
Neverwinter says, I think that guy narrated every documentary produced in the 50s. It's weird to hear this without hearing the MST3K guys riffing over it, you know? Tom Servo and Crow T Robot and Joel.
Ear tags are attached for future information. Into the drop box, nearly ready for that flight back into the mountains.
I'll be gentle with that big rodent.
The drop crates are loaded into the airplane. Parachutes are attached to cargo lines, and the boxes are stacked in rows along the waist of the plane. 10 boxes to a load, 20 beaver ready for the flight to mountain meadows.
So they drop them 2 at a time. Presumably a male and a female.
The plane makes a careful...
Trick Track says this is the third idea after the beaver catapult and the beaver cannon. They finally got it right.
Approach, ready for the drop. Now into the air and down they swing, down to the ground near a stream or a lake. The box opens and a most unusual and novel trip ends for Mr. Beaver.
And Miss Beaver, too.
He's on his way now. His nose and his instinct tell him where to find the water. There's room here for a new home.
And so the reason why they're using planes and parachutes in this case is they're trying to get beavers out into these areas where they have been hunted to, not extinction, but extirpation. That's an important distinction, actually, that I should make here. When we talk about extinction, what we're talking about is the complete extinction of one or more species, so none left on the planet. Extirpation is something very different. Well, not very different. It's a question of completeness, I guess. So extirpation is like local extinction. So... oh, is this? It's hard to find, like, visual representations of this. But anyway, extirpation is when a species is wiped out from a particular area. So, like, we were talking about pumas earlier, mountain lions, cougars. We have them here in California. This one's even wander into downtown San Francisco. Pumas have been extirpated from New York State. There's none left there. A few might wander in and out on occasion, but like there's no breeding population. They've effectively been extirpated from the entire state. There's no more mountain lions in New York. Extirpated. They're not extinct. Shoot, we had one here in the city, just San Francisco, just a few days ago. So extirpation doesn't mean the whole species is gone. It's just gone from a particular area. So as I understand it, beaver had been extirpated from Idaho, or at least from certain parts of Idaho. And so they wanted to bring them back into these really remote areas, far away from any roads or anything like that. The best way to get them there, to de-extirpate them, I guess, reintroduce them, was by plane, you know? I guess they could have put beavers onto the back of a mule in boxes and then spent several days trekking them out there, but that would be really stressful for them. Instead, they can capture them, stick them on a plane, drop them by a parachute over really remote areas, and it's a much shorter endeavor for the beaver. I think that was the idea, you know? But yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
On a game preserve, fur supervisor and trapper survey the ridges and the hillsides. This is where the marten, beautiful and wild, spends its life. Trapping sites are usually chosen along the upper breaks of a ridge.
So I guess marten had also been extirpated from
partway along a suitable slope. Perhaps
Yeah.
the set will be made at the edge of a meadow.
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this. Maybe they even explain the beaver, the logic behind this.
Carried in sacks for short distances. He's in. Careful preparation.
Maybe not. Anyway, here is a link to that video right there. So anywho, let's come up one level, get more in the direction of being on track here. And let's talk about these giant Pleistocene beavers, the state fossil of Minnesota.
A little over 10,000 years ago, North America was home to the biggest beaver that ever existed.
Yep. All right.
This beaver was. It was more than twice as heavy and many, many times taller and longer than a modern beaver. It rivaled the size of a small black bear. Its name was Castoroides, and of course it's extinct now because you would definitely know if it was still around. But in the not too distant past, this giant rodent lived as far north as Alaska and the Yukon Territory, and as far south as Florida. And ancient beavers used to be a lot more diverse. For example, not all beavers were swimmers. There were also terrestrial beavers that dug burrows and twisty tunnels. So why are we left with just two species today, the American and the Eurasian beavers? And why isn't one of them the giant beaver? Well, the answer to both questions might involve behavior. Castoroides stuck around for about 1 million years. And just like modern beavers, it was semi-aquatic. It lived both on the land and in the water. The difference is that today's beavers do a pretty special thing, one that the giant beaver probably didn't or couldn't do. And that may have been its undoing.
It's got to be building dams, right?
Beavers make up a family of rodents called the Castoroidae, and so far about 30 genera have been identified in the fossil record. Scientists think beavers originally evolved in North America toward the end of the Eocene epoch, with their earliest known species scampering around Wyoming about 35 million years ago. There's been some debate about what its niche was, but it might have been semi-aquatic. And by the early Oligocene epoch, fossils from China tell us that beavers were quick to establish themselves in Eurasia. Between about 35 and 24 million years ago, different lineages of specialized beavers started to appear. For example, one group was mostly fossorial. They were digging animals. We know this in part because they had classic burrowing traits, like big forelimbs and front claws, as well as a short tail and neck. And many would have even used their teeth for digging too. Take Paleocastor, a small beaver from what's now Nebraska. During the Oligocene and Miocene epochs, it made huge spiral dens in the earth. Then, those burrows filled in with sediment, which solidified, leaving trace fossils called devil's corkscrews.
Really, really neat fossil here. So this is a fossil burrow. So the burrow was hollow while the animal was alive, but it got filled in with sediment, and if it gets filled in with a different kind of sediment from the surrounding matrix, then you could excavate it like this and go, well, shoot, look at this shape. If it gets filled in with a different kind of material. Really neat. And Murph says, would we be able to tell if they were dam builders? There might be some osteological correlates to that. So different features of the skeleton that would suggest that they were or were not dam builders. I'm guessing there's going to be something to do with the shape of the tail vertebrae. Because modern beavers, when they're building dams, they use that big flat tail for like compacting mud and stuff down onto their dams. I bet you there's something about the shape of their vertebrae that indicates that the tail is big and flat like that. And maybe Castoroides didn't have that. That's a guess, but we'll see as we continue.
Which we've actually done a whole episode on. Now, the digging beavers stayed pretty small, only measuring about 20 to 30 centimeters long. And they tended to live in open habitats, places where trees and woody plants weren't really common, which wouldn't.
And Luke Herman says, what does the word rodent literally mean? It's a group of animals that all share a common ancestor. So they're all related to each other. I'll show you. Again, this is this concept that I'm always trying to hammer home, that when we as scientists classify living things, it's all based on what they're related to. In a literal sense, like what ancestor did they come from? So, jump to mammals on here. Rodents are a specific group of mammals. So, at one point in time, there was one species that split off from other groups of mammals. And it was successful in whatever it did. It gave rise to a bunch of daughter species, and those became the rodents. So that's why rodents are a clade, an evolutionary group. They're over here, the Rodentia, and they have been extraordinarily successful. It's something like 40% of all mammal species belong to this group. So about 40% of all the mammal species we have today, once, about 67 million years ago, give or take, they evolved from a single common ancestor. So there was one very successful species that gave rise to so many daughter species after that. The rodents. I bet you they got pretty lucky, where they managed to survive that asteroid impact, and then afterward, the world was their oyster. They could diversify like crazy and kind of take over the world. Pretty neat. Yeah. So rodents include mice and rats. They include the squirrels, Scuriamorpha, which includes ground squirrels. I'm sure people are going to be talking about Punxsutawney Phil next week for Groundhog Day. A groundhog, aka whistle pig, aka ground squirrel, it's a kind of squirrel, aka marmot. That's part of Scuriamorpha. And then you have these other groups too. The Stricomorpha are things like pacas and cavies and capybaras, hutias, porcupines too, chinchillas. Then you've got the Myomorpha. These are mice and their relatives. Just them alone, over 1,000 species. It's nuts. It's like 1 out of every 5 mammal species is a mouse or mouse-like rodent, Yeah. Anyway, the beavers are... where are they? Right here. Part of Castoramorpha. 98 species. Not super diverse. They used to be much more diverse than they are now. But anyway, we've got 2 living species of beaver. So rodents are characterized by these incisors. Their teeth in the front. We've got incisors too. That's these teeth in the front. So if you're trying to think of incisors, think of Goofy, the cartoon character. Those are his incisors. They're very widely spaced. He's got a big gap there, but incisors. In rodents, they have specialized incisors that they get really long and they continuously grow. So they have to like keep chewing and chewing and chewing in order to wear them down, or else they can actually like curve around and then go and poke through their brain. It's nuts. But it's a cool adaptation because mammals have a limited number of teeth throughout their lives. Usually we only have 2 sets. Rodents are like, okay, we're stuck with just 2 sets of teeth. Let's make sure that these ones just keep growing throughout our lives. So they have to chew and chew and chew in order to wear them down. Hey Key says, thanks for specifying he's a cartoon. You bet, Hey Key. I'm glad that was helpful. Yeah. Big ol' incisors on rodents, be they beavers or mice or capybaras. This is a characteristic that I think all living rodents have. I don't think anybody's gotten rid of this. This is kind of the key to their success, are those massive incisors there. And, yeah. In some species of rodents, like beavers, the incisors are actually orange because they're infused with iron. Which is nuts to think about, but they're fortified with iron to make them stronger so that you can do things like cut down a tree using your teeth. Incredibly cool, you know? It's fascinating. And hey Key, they are related. Yeah, so capybara, like I just said, are also rodents. So both beavers and capybara are a kind of rodent. I'll show you how they're related. There we go. So, capybara are down here. And, no, hang on. Beavers are here. Capybara are down here. And so they last shared a common ancestor pretty early on. Shoot. Yeah, back during the Cretaceous, it seems like. It may have been slightly after. Molecular data like that can be a little imprecise. But yeah. So again, rodents, I think they got really lucky in a sense, where they kind of first evolved just before this absolute cataclysm.
Whatever the cause, the extinction 65 million years ago left a...
Now it's 66.
With the end of the dinosaurs came a new opportunity. Out of the hole left by the Holocaust came the little mammals.
And so this is a mouse here. Mice hadn't quite evolved yet at this time, but when they were filming this documentary, they're like, no, nobody's gonna know. Just use a mouse. That's what they had on hand. Makes sense. But rodents happened to have evolved just before this massive extinction event when the asteroid hit. And so it's like maybe 70 or 80% of species on Earth were wiped out by that. And afterward, the rodents are like, well, shoot. You know what situation we're in? Come on, YouTube.
It's free real estate.
It's free real estate. The world is their oyster. Everybody's gone. They can go nuts. And they diversified like crazy and kind of took over the world. So yeah. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. One of the reasons for the success of the rodents was timing. They got lucky in a certain sense. Yeah. Anyhow. Astral Storm says lagomorphs is somewhere else on the Tree of Life. They're right next to the rodents. I'll show you. So lagomorphs are the rabbits and co. Here. So both rodents and rabbits form a group called the Glyres. So down here are the rodents, but over here are the hares, pikas, and rabbits, the lagomorphs, lagomorpha. But yeah. So rabbits are not a kind of rodent, but they're close. They're very close. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Ms. Blue Sky says, rodents and rabbits are actually the two large groups most closely related to primates. You are correct. Yeah, so here we go. Lagomorpha. Them with rodentia, the rodents, form a clade called Glyres. So you go up a little bit further. Here's the larger group that includes both of them, called Euarchontoglyres. You know what the Glyres part is, but what's Euarchonta? Well. It's the primates and their relatives, like tree shrews. There's the primates there. So out of all of the mammals, we primates, outside of other primates, we are most closely related to the rodents and the rabbits. How cool is that? You know? Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. In fact, the first primates to have evolved, like little Purgatorius, which may or may not be like a true primate. We're still kind of figuring that out. It's got these little teeth that look like this. You find these at the very beginning of the age of mammals, just after the asteroid impact. So they were probably around before then too, but we haven't found them from the Cretaceous yet. They had to come from somewhere, so these guys or something very, very similar was almost certainly alive during the Cretaceous, during the last part of the age of dinosaurs. We haven't found them yet. Anyway, they would have looked something like this. Kind of squirrely, or even mousy, or rat-like. This is what we think the first primate looked like. You know? Something like this. Does that make sense? Here's one very scared of a dinosaur there. This is by Paleostream, who streams here on Twitch. Paleo artist Joshua Knupe. So yeah. And Ms. Blue Sky says, the basal-moused primate was likely very close to a mouse lemur, according to a talk I attended recently. I can see that. What does a mouse lemur look like? Yeah, there you go. Although he's got very big eyes. Yeah. Almost certainly a nocturnal animal. But this is kind of how mammals were during the age of dinosaurs, in large part. Anyway, yeah. Very cool. Anyhow, yeah. And Trick Track says, is that why animal testing is done on rats? I mean, that's a big reason for it, too. Yeah. Rats have a lot of advantages. Like, they have a lot of characteristics that make them a good kind of model organism. If we're trying to study things in people, but, like, it's not really ethical to, like, try all kinds of experimental treatments and stuff like that on people. Try it on a rat instead, or a lab mouse. They're pretty close to primates, and also they're small, they're easy to take care of, they're not expensive to purchase or to feed or anything like that. They're not dangerous. When you get into some of our closer relatives, like the great apes, gorillas, chimpanzees, well, they're a bit bigger, and they can be dangerous, and they're expensive to feed and take care of, and they're not common. Like, we're, as human beings, are kind of pushing them toward extinction, so, like, we don't want to be... Also, they're very intelligent animals with rich inner lives and complex emotions, and, you know, it's easier to justify doing an experiment on a mouse than it is on a chimp. That's part of it too. So anyway, but yeah, they are pretty closely related to us in the grand scheme of things. Again, to give you some perspective, here's the primates here, and we as human beings are part of the, here, actually, let's do this. Homo sapiens, and genus Rattus. Black rat, there we go. So, a lab rat and a person. We split about 75 million years ago. So if you're to go back 75 million years, give or take a few, you could presumably find the animal that both the rodents and the primates evolved from. So that's not that long ago in the grand scheme of things. So the blue is going toward us, human beings. The red is going toward rats. So here is where they link up. 75 million years ago, you might think, well, that's a really long time, right? Look at it in the grand scheme of things, though. Let's scroll out. Again, this is where they meet up. So they've been together for this whole time. When we're talking about all life on Earth, that's pretty close in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. Anywho. And Ms. Blue Sky says, mammals root back like 200 million years ago? I mean, maybe older. 200 million years ago is the beginning of the Jurassic. And so some of the first, like, crown group mammals we think are about that old, but I have a hunch, and some other researchers do too, people who actually work on stem mammals and early crown group mammals. I think they probably go back to the Triassic. So a little bit older than that. Mammals are almost as old as the dinosaurs. True mammals are almost as old as the true dinosaurs, put it that way. But there were all kinds of mammal-y things walking around before the dinosaurs as well. You know, we go back to the Permian period, and you have things like Dimetrodon. This sail-backed synapsid. I love this paleo plushies one. That's lovely. But these guys lived long before the dinosaurs, and this is an animal that's on the branch leading to mammals. So it's closer to you and me than it is to any dinosaur. Way closer. I'll find you some I like these depictions where they make them look a little bit more mammal-like. Because it hammers home the point that this is an animal that's related to mammals. It is on the mammal side of things. I love that. And mammal-y thing is going in my vocabulary, says Squiggles. I mean, it's a useful term. If you're trying to be evocative without being too specific, you know? I like the whiskers too, Charlie's Dragon. That's good. Yeah. Dimetrodon. Yeah. It might be thinking about the divergence of monotremes, not the fossil evidence state. Yeah, Ms. Blue. I mean, they should be the same thing. Again, our definition for what a mammal is, like the crown group of mammals, should be basically where all of the living groups of mammals converge when you go back in time. So it would be where the monotremes split off from the Therian mammals. So that would be... Here we go. back here. Yeah, so that's how it's portrayed on the tree as mammals, or everything it's the common ancestor of the monotremes and the therians. So this would be crown group mammals. But then you would get stem mammals going back before this. These like mammally things that are like wildly diverse and branching off in different directions, and they're all extinct now. There's none of them left. They didn't leave any descendants that extend until today. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And Dr. Terrace says, I remember back in 2016, Dimetrodon paleoart had a mammalification renaissance, but yeah, now it's not very likely. I'm eager to talk to Stuart about that, actually. I mentioned this on Monday. I think we should bring Stuart on to talk about critters like Dimetrodon. It's one of the animals he studies. And talk about the origin of mammals and all of this. And also talk about SVP. So Stuart Samita here is the current president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. And, yeah, he's really eager to kind of modernize our science in a way and get younger people involved and interested and really use the resources at our disposal within the society to reach out to the public and really kind of advocate for the future of our science that way, you know? Not be so inward looking and cloistered, but instead to be more open to a better job of reaching out. Stuart's all about that, and I think it'd be awesome to talk with him, do a little interview. We could talk about Dimetrodon too, and whether or not he likes the idea of whiskers on Dimetrodon and all of this. I was talking with him about those hyper-elongate neural spines that form the sail of Dimetrodon. He was saying, yeah, you see a lot of depictions of this animal that give it, you know, really nice, neat, straight spines going up like that. That's kind of the standard in reconstructions. He's like, that's wrong. We have every reason to think that these animals would have had like crazy, gnarly looking ones, and there would have been all this individual variation. Lots of injuries, pathologies, these things healing up after they had been broken, so yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, skin impression. I'm not even aware of that, Dr. Terry. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, and Trick Track says, how would you prove the milk part of mammals from fossils? That is an excellent question, Trick Tracks. PBS Eons had a video about this kind of early on, and this might be the perfect time to look at that, actually. Yeah, we've looked at this before, but I want to say there's...
nursed its babies, like all living...
I want to say there is something about their jaw anatomy that suggests that they were capable of suckling, but I only have a vague recollection of this. So let's take a look, and we'll use this as a springboard for further discussion.
Sometime in the Mesozoic era, maybe as far back as 218 million years ago, the first true mammal appeared. It was probably small, weighing less than a half a kilogram. It would have had fur and nursed its babies, like all living mammals do today. And it would have lived alongside a bunch of its mammal-like relatives, things that, if you saw them today, you'd have a hard time telling them apart from true mammals. Because the dividing line between true mammals and the not quite mammals is actually kind of blurry. Lots of traits we think of as defining us.
The distinction between true mammals and not quite mammals, it all comes down to ancestry. So the true mammals, the crown group mammals like this, it's not like there's a checklist of different features that, like, if you get enough of these, then you get to be a true mammal. That's not how it works. Even though that's the way that it's often communicated, that's a misunderstanding. It's all about ancestry, you know? The first true mammal would be the one that gave rise to all of the mammals today. So this is what we call like a phylogenetic definition or a cladistic definition for mammals. But this is the one that we as paleontologists use. And, well, all evolutionary biologists, zoologists, mammalogists, they would, I think, not argue about this. They'd use the same method, same standard. So yeah, if you are the ancestor of all of the mammals, then you are the first mammal, kind of by definition. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Right, mammals is actually kind of blurry. Lots of traits we think of as defining us as mammals show up pretty early, during the time of the dinosaurs. And in some cases, they show up a lot earlier, and in things that weren't mammals at all. Eventually, though, all those defining traits came together in one of our ancient ancestors, the first true mammal, a mysterious creature that we may never find a fossil of. But we can trace our mammal features through time as they appeared. This is one of our earliest origin stories, one that starts in the Mesozoic or even...
I love this Gorgonopsian with the fur on it like that. Did they have fur? Did they have that kind of integument? We don't know. Not yet, at least.
Even before, and continues with us now in what's sometimes called the Age of Mammals. So what even is a mammal, and how do we figure out what counts as one in the fossil record? Mammals today are all part of what's called crown group Mammalia. A crown group includes all of the living members of a group back to its most recent common ancestor. It also includes all the extinct descendants of that common ancestor. For crown group mammals, our most recent common ancestor is the one shared by placentals like us, marsupials like the kangaroo, and the monotremes like the platypus. Now, just outside the crown
See what I mean?
group are its extinct relatives, the ones that branched off before the common ancestor of the crown, but are still more closely related to the crown group than to anything else.
So this is the stem group down here. Does that make sense? I mean, I love this visual because it helps, I think, hammer the point home. Like I hope it makes sense looking at this. You have the stem, and then you have the crown at the top. Almost botanical terms, you know? The crown of a flower, and then obviously the stem. Yeah. And Luke Herman's Gaming says rhino is close to whale. Yeah, so these are ungulates. So perissodactyls and artiodactyls. These are the hoofed mammals. Whales evolved from a hoofed mammal. Something that would have looked kind of like a cross between a deer and a wolf and a hippo. Anyway, the closest living relatives of whales, outside of whales, are hippos. And hippos are related to things like pigs and deer and giraffes and critters like that. So, yeah. Oh, and there we go. There's humans and lagomorphs right there. And there's a rabbit. So this would be the Euarchontoglires, is that node right there. Neat, right? Yeah. Yeah.
If we trace these guys back to their most recent common ancestor with crown mammals, we end up with a group known as the Mammaliaforms. So that's us plus our extinct relatives outside crown mammals. And those early Mammaliaforms were like us in some ways, but weren't quite there yet in others.
So that term Mammaliaforms, I'm glad that she's using that because this is something that you see in, like, you'll recognize this suffix a lot when you're, you know, doing more advanced reading in paleontology, or indeed in evolutionary biology. So we also have, you know, we have mammals and mammaliaforms. We have dinosaurs and dinosauriforms. Dinosauriforms include the dinosaurs and some other things that are kind of almost dinosaurs. Things like silosaurids, critters like that. Yeah, the dinosauriformes. So you get these things like Marasuchus. It's not a dinosaur, but it's a close relative. You You have whatever this critter is, probably another kind of silosaur or something. You get things like saltopus. Yeah, Lewissuchus, critters like that. Yeah. So anyway, something forms. That means that it's just outside of like the crown group, the main group. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. And there you go, Miss Blue Skies. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah. And how do you fall on the blinks? Good to have you here. We're shaking.
Mammalia forms. So that's us plus our extinct relatives outside crowned mammals. And those early mammalia forms were like us in some ways, but weren't quite there yet in others. Today, it's relatively easy to take a living animal and figure out if it's a true mammal, because all crowned mammals have these 4 things in common. 1, they have fur or hair. 2, they have a jaw joint made up of only 2 bones, the dentary or mandible and the squamosal, which for us is part of one of the bones of our skull. 3, they have a middle ear made up of 3 bones.
So these are all
malleus and stapes.
It's just a list of different traits that like all of the crown group mammals today have. That's not what makes them crown group mammals. I guess hypothetically you could have some other critter that independently evolved these things, and it wouldn't get to be a mammal then. It's just, these are all traits that mammals inherited from their common ancestor, which is why they all have them. Does that make sense? So it's not because of these traits that they are mammals. It's because they are mammals that they have these traits. Does that make sense? That's a really, really important point. So, I want to reiterate. These different things like the structure of the jaw and the inner ear and the fact that they feed their young with milk and have fur or hair, these are all different mammal traits, but that's not what makes something a mammal. It points toward it being a mammal, but all mammals have these things because they all evolved from the first mammal who had these things. Does that make sense? I hope it doesn't sound like... I hope this isn't confusing. I hope people aren't going, well, that's the same thing. It's not the same thing. Say there were another group that just by chance independently evolved some of those traits, that wouldn't make it a mammal. Because again, it's your ancestry that defines what evolutionary group you're part of, what you're classified as. So yeah, synapomorphies, exactly, Alexander Morrison. Yeah, so a synapomorphy is a trait that evolved in an ancestor and then the descendants inherit it. So a synapomorphy is like a unique trait. Here we go. Yeah. Synapomorphies are characteristics where somebody evolves it and then the descendants get it. That's a synapomorphy. So it is a derived trait. There's ancestral traits and derived traits. Synapomorphies are derived traits. A synapomorphy is a derived trait that can kind of characterize a group. Does that make sense? We'll be talking more about this, hopefully, when I interview Jacob Gardner, a friend of mine from Montana. He does phylogenetics. That's his jam. And he'd be happy to help explain this. Yeah. Yeah. And Trick Track says, before watching this channel, I would have said the things that make mammals. Mammals are milk, live birth, warm blood, and 4 legs. Only one of those is actually something that all mammals have. No, I take it, well, yeah. It's milk. Milk is the only one of those that all mammals do. And hair, I guess you could say hair, because even some mammals don't have a lot of hair, but they've got a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. So like whales, for instance, they do technically have hair, and it's kind of vestigial, but they often have like rudimentary eyelashes or something like that. They can also get like tiny little bits of filament. Here we go. Here's hair on the mouth of a whale. Looks like a humpback, probably. Could be a bowhead or something. There's little hair filaments on this whale. So I guess hair is a thing too, but other animals have hair. Spiders have hair, you know? Flies have hair. Shave the whales. Says Handed that did, yeah. And his blue sky says, well, not true hair. You're right. It's not homologous to mammal hair. It's going to be made of it's going to have a different developmental pathway. It's developed independently. It's a different thing that they evolved that looks or acts very similar. It's not actually the same thing. So you're right about that. Yeah. And invertebrate hair is infuriatingly diverse. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. Invertebrates are like... That's such a dumb term, too. Invertebrates. It's like everything that doesn't have bones. We just go, oh yeah, they're invertebrates. We were talking about this the other day. It's like saying, well, you know, when you're mammals, you have your giraffes and you have your non-giraffes. Like, what? That's like 99.99% of them are non-giraffes. Why do you make a binary split like that? Vertebrates and invertebrates. Invertebrates are a much more diverse group. Anywho, yeah. Non-human primates. There you go, Miss Blue Skies. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our video before I get more distracted here.
Mammalia farms were like us in some ways, but weren't quite there yet in others. Today, it's relatively easy to take a living animal and figure out if it's a true mammal, because all crowned mammals have these 4 things in common. 1, they have fur or hair.
And hang on, Addicted to Capping says, what would an animal that lives in water use that hair for? Yeah, Charlie's Dragon makes some good points. So seals, the pinnipeds, they will use that for insulation, for keeping warm. They've got whiskers for sensing. But that kind of doesn't matter. This is an important point to make too. Just because you have a structure doesn't mean that it's useful or needed or necessary, you know? Lots of animals have different stuff going on that's just a relic of their ancestry. It's a hand-me-down from their past that they don't actually use or need, really. Think about we people with, say, wisdom teeth, or the appendix, or vestigial structures like that are... We have them because our ancestors had them, so we've inherited them, but it's not really useful anymore, you know? Again, it's like whales with the pelvic girdle. Next time you're at like a museum or an aquarium or something, or...
The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Muse Magic, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Michael D8393. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And welcome the rest of you raiders too. Muse Raid, we heard it's a dinosaur talk. We're actually talking about mammals right now, but I am a dinosaur paleontologist. Here, I'll play a quick little welcome video for you. A channel trailer. It's less than a minute long to kind of introduce you to the channel. Then we'll get back to what we were talking about, which is what makes a mammal a mammal.
My name is...
And thank you, Snowy Sparkles, for the follow. I appreciate it.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. That's what we're all about here. Welcome, welcome. Muse Magic said they had a great stream, lifted weights, and wanted to come listen in. I'm glad you're here, Muse Magic.
Vote for poison.
And welcome, Big Steak McGee. Thank you for following. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Can we get another shout out for Muse Magic real quick? If you wouldn't mind, mods.
He called it an iguanodon. Iguanodon.
And thank you, Nacho Man SB. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we were just talking about what makes a mammal, and we're getting into all these ideas about things inherited from ancestors. I was making the point that not every structure or bit of anatomy that an animal has to have a purpose or a use. Sometimes it's just something that's a leftover from their ancestors.
Lopi tells me you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Richard Bam and their 10 raiders
we
would
dig
also
deeper.
like to dig deeper.
Richard Bam, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot. 2 raids in a row, in quick succession. Hello, hello. Kimmy Leah, Dark Phantom Fire, Dark Phoenix Fire, sorry. Jaria729, what's shaking?
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Tony 00. Don't. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's play the channel trailer again real quick one more time. Because we've got new folks here. How was your stream, Richard Bam? I hope it was really good. This is what we're all about here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. Thank you, Charlie. Pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah, welcome everybody, especially those new folks. Thank you, Richard Bam, for rating, and I appreciate it. Yeah. And Astral Storm says, "What's the difference between a paleontologist?"
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
Between a paleontologist and a paleozoologist. So a paleozoologist would be a kind of paleontologist. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. That's everything from, like I say, from fossil baleen whales to fossil bacteria. From fossil ferns to fossil frogs and everything in between. Zoology is the study of animals. So a paleozoologist, I guess, would be a paleontologist who mostly or only studies fossil animals. Which I guess is me. I like to say dinosaur paleontologist because I mostly study dinosaurs. But I'm starting to get into some other stuff now too. Like, for instance, leatherback turtles. Like Kimmy Leah just mentioned right there. Lurking, Big Hooker. I like that, Kimmy Leah. The leatherback turtle just hooked me. Got one on our wall again today, yeah. I hope you'll tune in next week, because we're going to have a bunch of leatherback turtle stuff next week. Interviewing Dr. Jeanette Weineken, hopefully. Got to confirm that with her. And then doing a special tour of the National Marine Sanctuary Exploration Center in Santa Cruz on Friday. It's going to be great. IRL streams start up on Friday. Going to be doing like almost a whole month of IRL streams. I'm excited. But yeah. Anywho, I was just making a point here about if anybody in the chat wants to see an example of a vestigial structure in an animal, pay attention to this the next time you go to like a big aquarium or a museum with a mounted whale skeleton. This is a toothed whale, an odontocete. This is probably an orca. I'm not totally sure. Looks like an orca to me. Killer whale. What's that right there? Who can tell me what that is? What's this thing? Why is it floating there? What's up with that? No, you're all good, Claire. Claire is correct. This is remnants of the pelvis. So whales like this actually evolved from land mammals about 50 million years ago, give or take. They used to have hind legs. They don't anymore, but there's still that little bit left over that they haven't lost yet, and they might never lose. We'll see. But,
But now the dinosaurs rule.
And thank you, Coach Sam Chang. Appreciate that follow, Coach. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So whales evolved from earlier hoofed mammals that lived on land, took to the water. This is way overly simplified here, but it serves its purpose. Each one of these different stages we've got fossils of, and a bunch in betweens now too. So it should be like a much smoother gradation. So we've got things in between, say, Ambulocetus and Cuchicetus here. I think Remingtonocetus might be in between. Remember correctly? Anyway, there's a bunch. But whales evolved from a land-living ancestor. That's why they've got remnants of their pelvis still. So within the bodies of different organisms are clues to their past, to their ancestry, where they came from. So this is particularly interesting to people like me, like paleontologists and other evolutionary biologists. It's cool stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Archaeocetes, yes, Alexander Morrison, yeah. And I did see that Addicted to capping. We're going to cover that on Monday. That new Argentine Titanosaur. Exciting stuff. I need to get hold of the paper first, if I can, because I think it wasn't open access. One of the reasons why we haven't covered it yet. Anyway, so we're talking about what makes mammals mammals. And we were looking through this video here from PBS Eons. And there's different traits that all mammals have today. Like Kaylee just mentioned here, right?
Kangaroo and the monotremes, like the platypus.
Yeah. So what makes mammals mammals isn't actually traits that we have. Like, there's all mammals they share certain traits, but that's not what makes us mammals. What makes us mammals is that we all come from the same ancestor. And that's why we have those traits. Does that make sense? So it's not the traits that define what a mammal is, it's the ancestry that defines it.
Common ancestor. It also includes all the extinct descendants of that common ancestor. For crown group mammals, our most recent common ancestor is the one shared by placentals like us, marsupials like the kangaroo, and the monotremes like the platypus. Now, just outside the crown group are its extinct relatives, the one...
And hang on, another raid from Sushi Cat. Sushi Cat. How was your stream?
And their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, Sushi Cat and Raiders. Neo Marthy, how are you doing? Hello, hello. What's shaking, everybody? It's good to have you here. We've had 3 big raids in a row. 3 decent-sized raids in a row. Thank you, Raiders. Yeah. I'm trying to get through explaining like what mammals are and where we came from and what kind of defines mammals, and let's keep getting raids here, which is nice. Welcome. It was a lot of fun. I lost my brain powers though. Paleontologizing is going well. See if you can. Yeah. And let me rewind a little bit. We had some pressing questions about what's up with mammals. Why are they what's their deal? Mammals. So we're talking about that. And Flickster says video intro. We want that again. That'd be the third time. Give me a 1 in the chat if you want to see the channel trailer again. Give me a 2 if you don't. And welcome, Swoishi. How are you doing? Alright, we're getting some ones. Okay. Here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
This is what we're all about here.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Thank you, Alex. Go. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah. Good stuff. Welcome, everybody. Sushi Cat, thank you again for the raid. And Escape Key, thank you for the follow.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy?
I appreciate that, Escape Key. Welcome. Yeah. Mammals. What's their deal? Where'd they come from? Let's talk about it.
Counts as one in the fossil record. Mammal even one that starts in the Mesozoic or even before, and continues with us now in what's sometimes called the Age of Mammals. So what even is a mammal, and how do we figure out what counts as one?
Yeah, mammals. Huh. What are they good for? Lots of stuff. We'll see.
One in the fossil record. Mammals today are all part of what's called crown group Mammalia. A crown group includes all of the living members of a group back to its most recent common ancestor. It also includes all the extinct descendants of that common ancestor.
So again, that's what defines a mammal, is you are a mammal if you evolved from this ancestor. You know? All of these descendants, be they platypus, or tigers, or bats, or people, we all feed our young with milk, we all have bones, we all mostly endothermic, although there's some exceptions to that, warm-blooded. Traits like that all point to us being mammals, but that's not what makes us mammals. The definition of a mammal is you evolved from the most recent common ancestor of all the mammals. That's what makes you a mammal by definition. Does that make sense? And that ancestry is also reflected in our DNA, too, and in the fossil record. So there's lots of different scientific fields that all contribute to this understanding here. There you go.
For crown group mammals, our most recent common ancestor is the one shared by placentals like us, marsupials like the kangaroo, and the monotremes like the platypus. Now, just outside the crown group are its extinct relatives, the ones that branched off before the common ancestor of the crown, but are still more closely related to the crown group than to anything else. If we trace these guys back to their most recent common ancestor with crowned mammals, we end up with a group known as the mammaliaforms. So that's us plus our extinct relatives outside crowned mammals. And those early mammaliaforms were like us in some ways, but weren't quite there yet in others. Today, it's relatively easy to take a living animal and figure out if it's a true mammal, because all crowned mammals have these 4 things in common.
Yep. All of the stem group mammals are extinct. We don't have them around. And so, like, if you see an animal walking around with fur, you're like, dude, that's a mammal. And you'll be right 100% of the time. Like, it's pretty cut and dry nowadays, because all of the interesting edge cases and the in-betweens and stuff, they're not around anymore.
1. They have fur or hair. 2. They have a jaw joint made up of only 2 bones, the dentary or mandible, and the squamosal, which for us is part of one of the bones of our skull. 3. They have a middle ear made up of 3 bones, the incus, malleus, and stapes. And 4. They have the ability to produce milk. While 2 of these traits can be seen easily in fossil mammals, the other 2, fur and lactation, are tougher, but that doesn't mean we can't find them. In fact, fur is probably the feature that originated first. Its origins may actually go back to the Permian period, based on evidence from fossilized poop. Paleontologists have found coprolites from the late Permian with what appear to be hair-like structures in them. They think that these were made by animals called therapsids, the group that would later go on to include mammals. But that poop came from members of this group that were around way before any mammalian forms existed. After the evolution of fur, the first mammaliaforms appeared sometime between 215 and 205 million years ago, and their fossils show us that mammal-like jaws were the next features to arise. One of the first of these was a tiny shrew-like creature from the late Triassic called Morganucodon. Its fossils have been found mostly in Europe and China. And something really interesting was happening with its jaw joint, which is actually a key moment in the evolution of mammals, as weird as that may sound. The earliest ancestors of mammaliaforms had 4 bones in their jaws, and the jaw joint was formed by 2 bones called the articular and the quadrate.
Anyway, so we've talked about this many times, but our inner ear bones right now today, the bones that you're using to listen to me as I speak, like inside your inner ear are little bones. In our proto-mammal ancestors, those bones were actually part of the lower jaw. And they've, over the course of tens of millions of years, throughout our ancestry, they've been shunted up into the skull to become the inner ear bones. It's really cool.
And Morganucodon still had this old-style jaw joint. But it also had a second jaw joint, made up of the same 2 bones as the jaw joints of all living mammals, the dentary or mandible and the squamosal. And in mammals today, the 2 bones of that old-style jaw joint have since become part of our middle ear. Morganucodon's jaw represents what's sometimes called a transitional mammalian middle ear. This means that while it has a mammal-like jaw joint, the bones that would become the middle ear were still attached to the jaw, but had...
And hang on, I want to pause here. I've said inner ear every time I've talked about this. Is that technically not true? Is that not correct? Would middle ear be more correct? I gotta look this up. Middle ear is the portion of the ear medial to the eardrum and distal to the oval window of the cochlea of the inner ear. Shoot. I have been getting this wrong for years now at this point.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Hey, I'm doing my best. I'm not a mammal guy. I mean, I am a mammal, but I don't study mammals. Middle ear, I gotta remember that. When I say inner ear, I've been saying inner ear because it's like, it's the inner part of the ear, you know? But inner ear is actually a specific term with a specific definition, and I've been getting that wrong all these years. Yeah, now I know, obviously, yeah. That probably also means I've not been talking to enough mammal people. Because no one's ever corrected me on this. Middle ear. Yeah. Anyway, and Morphosaurus. Yeah, I use Morphosaurus all the time, Ms. Blue Skies. That's where some of my 3D prints are from Morphosaurus. The interface is a lot clunkier than other websites, so I don't use it that often. But it is very helpful. And sometimes, yeah. Anyhow. Very cool site, very cool dude. That's awesome, Ms. Blue Guys. Nice. Yeah. But yeah, no, Morphosaurus is great. Here. The thing that is, something's a little bit frustrating about it is that there will be a bunch of files that you can search for, and then trying to download them or check whether or not they're downloadable can be a little clunky. But this is really cool. So this is like it's like a clearinghouse for 3D data on morphology. So we can look up, here we go, Dermocheles, our leatherback turtle. And there will be a bunch of different files. Like here's a skull and mandible of Dermocheles here. And then, yeah, this isn't working right now, so we can't manipulate it in there. Turn it around. But this one's got open download actually, so we could print this ourselves. Really cool. I might do that actually at some point. Anyway. I already printed another leatherback skull, but it'd be nice to have more than one. See what kind of individual variation can exist. Here's a humerus. I don't know if this one is downloadable, though. Yeah, restricted download. So you have to, like, email the people involved, and then 9 times out of 10, they don't actually get back to you. But... yeah. Anyway, so this is the upper arm bone, which is the biggest bone in the body of a sea turtle. This is the leatherback turtle. It's humerus. I think for all sea turtles, the humerus is the biggest bone in the body. With a lot of other animals, it's the femur, but for sea turtles, since they have bigger front flippers than back flippers, the humerus, the upper arm bone, is the biggest one in their body. And how big is it? For a leatherback, it's probably going to be about that. Yeah. Here, let's look. See how long it is in proportion to the skull. The leatherback skeleton. There we go, right here. So it is longer than the skull. By like a significant margin. And the skull is this big. Right here. And so that's going to be a decent sized bone. Yeah. So if that's maybe a third longer than the skull, that would mean that the humerus is going to be about this long. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, very robust humerus. That's the, like Scott Benson says, that's the motor of the animal there. That's what propels it forward. They're not propelling themselves with the hind flippers, but with the front flippers. Big wing-like some anatomy there. Pretty cool. Yeah. And hey, thank you, Luke Herman's Gaming. Good to have you here. I'll see you around soon. Anywho, Morphosaurus. I should probably email these guys and see if I could. It'd be awesome to have a leatherback humerus. We can also filter for just downloadable files. If you go to publication status, open download. These are ones where you don't need permission to download them. They're just there. This is the one that I printed that I just showed you. Yeah. Got a bunch of skulls. This is cool. It would be neat to print a brain if they have like an endocast. But I don't know if they do. And these are just individual skull bones within the skull highlighted in red. Give me a bunch of these. I don't know if there is a humerus that I could just download. No. Oh well. Here, let me log in real quick. I might even send them a quick note right now. There's like 95% chance I'll never get a response. That's often how it goes with Morphosaurus, but I can at least write a quick message and be like, hey, I'd love to download this and 3D print it. So let's try that. There's that humerus. Request download. I'd love to 3D print this humerus for science outreach. For outreach purposes. Getting involved in dermochelid research and conservation, and doing a lot of video-based educational stuff. I'd really appreciate being able to download it. Thanks. Request download. Yeah, we'll see. I've actually never gotten a response. Oh, but this is new. I don't think they used to have a notifications thing. This is cool. They're improving the site. This is great. Anyway, morphosource.org. It is a really neat project. Really neat clearinghouse for scientific data on morphology. A lot of 3D scans and stuff. Yeah. Here's like a brief video about that.
You can access over 200,000 CT scans and 3D models for free. Here's how. Find the scientific name of an animal.
Coloniamitis for the green sea turtle.
Go to morphosource.org. Put the scientific name in the search bar.
Yep.
Filter
Simple enough.
Search results. Select volumetric image series to view CT scans. Find a CT scan.
Do leatherbacks have neck ribs? I think they do. I think they have cervical
media
ribs.
link for
I can
that
take a
scan.
look.
Use the 3D viewer to check it out. Expand the left-hand side menu to see tools.
Yeah.
Use the windowing sliders to adjust the brightness and contrast.
Anyway, Morphosaurus.
Click on one to see it. Use the controls at the bottom of the viewer to scroll through the annotations.
Cool stuff. Anyway, Morphosaurus. Really important resource. Morphosource.org. Yeah. And that's really neat, Ms. Blue Skies. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. But yeah, do dermocheliods, maybe they don't, actually. Maybe turtles in general don't have cervical ribs. Trionychid skeleton. This is a quote-unquote soft-shell turtle. We don't actually have soft shells, just still bony underneath. There we go. I'm not seeing any cervical ribs there. Maybe they don't have them at all, Alexander Morrison. I don't... Yeah, maybe turtles don't have that. That might be just an archosaur thing. Huh. And Kenneth, I'm glad you're enjoying the turtle stuff lately. It's... I guess like you,
I like turtles.
They're cool critters, you know? Everybody loves turtles. Oh, and yeah, Dr. Terra, we can jump into the trailer reaction thing. I'm sorry I forgot about that. Do you have the link for me? Yeah, this has been a very all over the place stream today. My apologies, but that's how it goes sometimes. Here's a link to this, like, what is a mammal and how do we know video. If anybody wants to finish that on their own. But yeah, let's take a look at that trailer. And we'll do Thursday BIRDSday. Yeah, and you're good, Ms. Blue Skies, no worries. Yeah. And yeah, Alexander Morrison, that is definitely true. Turtles' neck flexibility is extraordinarily important to turtles, given that the rest of their body is kind of in a rigid box. Being able to move your neck around in every direction is really, really important. Yeah. And Timmers, I'm glad you learned about a lot about leatherback anatomy yesterday. I'm glad people were into that. I wasn't sure if people would enjoy it, if people would get anything out of it. So yeah, I'm glad that went well. Okay, good. Dr. Terra's got the link. Let's have a look here. What is this? Deep Time, A Path of Titans realism trailer. Well, well, well. Let's have a gander. Time lapse. We've got an Ankylosaur in here. It's a pretty good render on this critter. Ornithopod type guy. Pretty big jump there. I like the striping. And I also appreciate how these animals are just exhibiting natural behaviors, you know? Like, give dinosaurs a chance to just be dinosaurs. You don't have to put laser beams all over them or none of this, like, Jurassic World stuff either. Like, just let them be dinosaurs. I like this so far. Pods moving through. Big old crocs. Is that Caprasuchus there? And is that Miragaya, I think? Stegosaur? Diplodocids, maybe? Morris information? Nice. Some park formation. Maybe a Is that Patagonicus there? Megaraptorid. This is neat. This is neat. This is pretty nifty. Stuff. Deep time realism. Excellent. Pretty cool. I hope people enjoy this. I hope it's successful, you know? Any project that does its best to portray dinosaurs based on how they really were, as far as we know it, I'm all for that, you know? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'll give that a thumbs up there. Neat stuff. I wonder what the music was. I hope I don't get... oh, it's from Life on Our Planet. Okay, hopefully I don't get copyright struck for that. When it goes up on YouTube. But, good stuff. Well done, Dr. Tara. Pretty neat. Were those reactions reactive enough for you? I hope so. I like that. Crimson says they have a lot of obscure species. There were some that were definitely underrepresented. Obscure is... I don't know. I'm not gonna quibble about that. It was cool to have some South American faunas in there. It's neat to see Megaraptorids. Megaraptorids? Megaraptorans? That was neat. Neat to see an Alvarezsaur, of course. Yeah, this is nifty. And the modding teams definitely add less known creatures. I mean, it is cool that it's not just like, oh, T-Rex and Stegosaurus. And then here is Brontosaurus. You know, it's neat that they're picking dinosaurs that most people in the general public would never have heard of. I appreciate that. That makes me happy as a paleontologist, you know? This is going to be getting people excited about dinosaurs, and curious about what they're really like as living creatures, and what we find out about them as paleontologists. You know, anything that drives real interest in fossil science is something that I'm excited about. You made the profile for Triarchunkus. Oh, that's awesome, Dr. Tara. You might have the first video game featuring Triarchunkus. That would be pretty neat. Yeah. Very piratey with the Captain Hook name. I would love to see this when it's done, Dr. Tara. Oh, man. Cool. Cool. Anyway, thank you for reminding me about that, so I didn't forget. It's about time to get into Thursday BIRDSday here, so... Well, shoot, why don't we do that? This is our weekly tradition here on Paleontologizing. On Thursday, we celebrate the fact that dinosaurs never went extinct, not completely. There are still living dinosaurs among us today. We just call them birds. So yeah, let's get into Thursday BIRDSday.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. Let's go ahead and see what you've got today. All right. Pursue 303 is first today. My jackdaw pals having a wee get-together before bedtime. Well, let's have a look. A wee get-together. There's dozens of them here. Dozens. That's impressive. There's a lot of birds here. Nice. Yeah. Jackdaws. Let's find them on our tree of life. Let's jump to birds first. AVs. The AVs Club. 3G in the house. Says, what is the name of the blind dinosaur? Oh, from Jurassic Park? Do you think he saw us? Dumb joke. But yeah, there you go, yeah. That joke was in the movie Jurassic Park. I've heard almost every dinosaur joke that you can hope to bring to bear. But yeah. Posted pictures of bird exhibit. Oh, nice, Connecticut. Cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, the jackdaws here flocked together at midnight a few weeks ago. I could hear the flapping of their wings. Very strange. Interesting. Yeah, so here's birds here. Let's find jackdaws, which are part of Corvidae, the crow and raven and jackdaw family. There's the Eurasian jackdaw. Nice. What a cool animal. They are pretty charismatic.
A moment from prehistoric time.
And, I spell this wrong. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I appreciate your username. Thanks for clicking the follow button. Mr. 88 has got planes that look like birds. Knock means bird in Thai. So here is a jetliner with avian livery, so they've painted it up to look like a bird. We'll accept that. I like that. That's actually pretty cool. Knock air. Huh. It's funny how the mouth turns up at the end, so it looks like he's smiling. Your shape. Yeah, I guess they've got a bunch of these. should do one that looks like a pterosaur, too. Yeah. And I spell this wrong. It is Thursday BIRDSday. Welcome, welcome. Again, we're celebrating the fact that, well, birds are living dinosaurs, which means dinosaurs never went extinct, not completely. Critters like Archaeopteryx here have testified to this since their initial discovery back in like the 1860s. Nowadays, there's a general consensus. You talk to any paleontologist, fossil scientist, any evolutionary biologist, any zoologist, any ornithologist, bird scientist, they'll tell you birds are living dinosaurs. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs, not even strictly speaking, loosely speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct. They are still around today, and we have a great number of them. Many, many species. How many species?
Over 9,000!
It's true. Jump out 2 birds. It is indeed over 9,000 species. Yeah, Marispace, 9,000. Yeah. 10,000 by some counts. I've heard as high as 15,000, but generally what you'll hear is about 10,000 species of living bird. Some people say 11 or 12. There's wiggle room there. What does Wikipedia say, actually? I wonder. Bird. There are over 11,000 species, split into 44 orders. Where's your citation there, Wikipedia? Huh. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Let's get back to our Thursday BIRDSday birds on this Thursday. Thank you, Mr. Double A. We'll count that. Wild Luna says, hey, we have another not bird. This isn't a bird, but I found this ad for a bird app and I thought I'd share. Like Pokemon Go, but for actual birds. That's neat. Bird up. There's other ones that are similar, like Merlin or iNaturalist is for all living things. Really cool apps. Yeah, that's neat. Cool. VHS James has got a very calm bird sitting outside of where I work. I think it might be ill. Uh-oh. Bird, I would not be shocked if they ran into a window or something and still kind of in shock. I don't know. Hope they're doing okay. Yeah. Neverwinter says maybe stunned or injured after hitting a window. Yeah. Thank you also for advocating for this bird. See if you can get it into a paper bag and take it to a local wildlife rehabber. That's good advice from Neverwinter, as usual. Yeah. But apparently the bird exited the premises afterward. Hope everything's okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, how did I forget about eBird? That's the big one, Neverwinter, yeah. Yeah. And Squiggles says, was going through my album from wandering my local park and found these shots from when we had a cormorant. This is indeed a cormorant. Ding ding. Yeah. Visiting the ducks for about a week. Yes, that's a heron behind him in the picture of his wingspan, with a regular heron who comes every year. Nice. Very nice. I'm not good enough with my cormorants to be able to figure out exactly what kind this might be. We could start to narrow it down with a location, but Very cool, Squiggles. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Oh, Squiggles is here in the chat. Can I ask in which country these pictures were taken? Or what region? What continent, maybe? Yeah. Oh, Pacific Northwest. Okay. Could be a double-crested or a Brandt's cormorant, maybe? So double-crested and Brandt's. Double-crested, Brandt's. I like how sleek appearance versus bulky appearance. I mean, that's such a subjective thing. You could tell based on how they are. Tail appears shorter compared to body. Tail appears longer compared to body. Okay. Longer tail on the Brandt's. So that's probably a double-crested. Would be my guess. Yeah. DCC, says Neverwinter. Are there... Forgive me, this is probably a naive or, like, beginner's question. This is going to mark me as a dilettante, but... Are there 3-letter codes for the common names of birds? Like, is that a thing that is agreed upon? Is that a standard thing? Because, I also see that on the California Burbs channel. We all know LBB, Little Brown Bird, but like, what were some of the other ones? Dark-eyed Junco and stuff, I think is DEJ. Is that a thing? Claire says, I always thought that was a CB specific thing. But Squiggle says, I believe CB takes his codes from an official database. There are 4-letter banding codes. DCC is just an abbreviation. I think DCCO is the full... Interesting. Alpha banding codes? Holy cow. How neat is that? Look at that. Well, well, well. American Robin, Amro. BAEA, Bald Eagle. That's so cool. Oh man, I had no idea. Today I learned. These are funny. Here is a link if anybody wants to take a look. Is there a but? I don't know. I was looking if there was a Danny, but I didn't see one. B. There's Bufflehead, but no butt. Yeah. Mall is mallard. Makes sense. Yeah. I wonder if there's any... This is almost like airport codes. Where some of them make sense, sort of. Like some of them are just intuitively obvious. Here we go. Here's an official list. Confused by those airport abbreviations used by your friends who fly a lot? Just memorize this list. AMD is Amsterdam, that makes sense. ORD, Orlando. OMW is Omaha. SWF is Sherwood Forest. PDX is Pordlanx. Pretty intuitive there, you know? Yeah, C indicates water landing, so you don't want to get a flight going there. Yeah. Good stuff. Here's this for future reference. I know Neverwinter. I'm aware. I recognize the handwriting. Anyway, if you want the bird abbreviation list, here it is again, just in case you missed it in the chat. There you go. Ms. Blue Sky says, making acronyms stand for other things by randomly changing letters in the full word is my favorite kind of dumb joke. Well, here's the actual XKCD page with this. There you go, Golganek, yeah. I hope it doesn't detract from, like, a science outreach mission to make occasional jokes like that with a straight face. Just be a little bit misleading for the sake of comedy every once in a while. I want to keep people on guard just a little bit, you know? It's great. Okay, good. Good. Occasional jokes. Who would do that, says Mayor of Space. I get people who get mad at me. I don't know. I'm a very literal person, so I can understand that on some level, but I also think it's important to have fun. Keep us questioning you, as we should do always. That's, again, what I was going to say, Salamander, yeah. Like, I don't want people to automatically just blindly accept whatever I say. I want this to be an inspiration to be curious about things and read about them on your own and go pursue knowledge. Go talk to experts in different fields, and I want this to be the start of your knowledge journey, or a step along the way. I do not want it to be the end of your informational quests, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. Clearberg says, please be serious, standing. Yeah. Question everything. Everyone and everything, and especially yourself, says Trekner. It's important. Yeah. And there you go, Chaotic Kitten. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Exactly, Ms. Blue Skies. Yeah. Oh, boy. Speaking of which, though, I do have some, you know, I know we've had a lot of fun on today's stream, but, you know, I do actually really want to, you know, advocate for a crypto thing here. It's called Cryptodiera. These are the hidden neck turtles. Sea turtles are actually a member of this group. So, yeah, I'd really recommend you check this out. You really want to get in on the ground floor, you know? Sure, these guys have been around for over 100 million years, maybe closer to 200 million. But, you know, it's never too late to get started. You could see a real return on your investment here with Cryptodires. I mean, look at this one here. investment likely to last for decades. Yeah, it'll outlive you. Anyhow. Yeah, the cryptodiorite. This includes not just tortoises, but oh, there's no pictures of sea turtles. It also includes sea turtles too. So yeah, a bunch of different species. And cryptodira. Yeah. Anyway, leatherbacks obviously are part of this group because they are sea turtles. Sea turtles are a kind of cryptodire. Anyway. Man, I gotta keep going or we're never gonna finish this. Cormorants. Thank you, Squiggles, for posting them. Good stuff. Oh, a double-crested cormorant. That's where we got to the bird codes and then the international airport codes and all that. Okay. Okay, I remember how we got her. Yeah. Auro says bird. I don't know what kind it is. Looked like a flicker, but the pattern of color seems off for a flicker. I don't know if that looks like a flicker to me. Mystery bird. I wonder if anybody in subsequent comments has any ideas. Of course Neverwinter does. That is a Lewis's woodpecker. Melanerpes lewis. It's in the same genus as the red-headed woodpecker, which is much more common in the eastern U.S., where the Lewis's is more common west of the Rockies. Oh, I bet you I know who this bird is named after, by the way. Melanerpes lewis. Let's look them up on our Tree O Life. Nice. Melanerpes lewis. Probably named after Meriwether Lewis, right? Of Lewis and Clark fame. Yep, named after Meriwether Lewis. Bingo. Yeah, nice. There's so many Lewis's this and Clark's that. Yeah. Anyhow. And Ms. Blue Sky says close Lewis Hamilton? Are you sure? Here it says named after Meriwether Lewis. Let's see if we can get another source on this. Namesake. In honor of Meriwether Lewis. Okay. Yeah. Oh, bad joke. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Miss Blue Skies. That flew over my head. Anyhow. Yeah. MBS got you back. Yeah, I guess so. Well done, Miss Blue Skies. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Lewis's woodpecker. Very cool, Auro. That's awesome. And, of course, superb ID by Neverwinter, as usual. Alexander Morrison's got a short clip of a great blue heron and a photo of a wood stork. Haven't had the time to get more materials and make my signature edits you all enjoy? Well, you can't do that every week. But yeah, check that out. Wood stork. And this is a great blue heron, right? Ardea Herodias? Yeah, great blue heron. Nice. Let's have them. let's go to genus Ardea, the herons. Yeah, they are very cool to watch. Gautakan. I love watching herons. They're one of the most entertaining birds, in my opinion. Yeah, super cool. There's the great blue, Ardea herodias. Nice. Mayor Space has got a blue-bellied roller. You've heard of a high roller. You've heard of a holy roller. Here's a blue-bellied roller at the Toledo Zoo Aviary. Nice. And Timmer Squanch says they're huge around here, like 8-foot wingspan. I didn't know these got that big. Well, we didn't quite see the blue belly there in the video, I guess. Mayor Space was like underselling it to us. No, I know Timmer Squanch. I was kidding. But look at that vibrant blue. That's nuts. Yeah. Wow. But yeah, great blue herons do get very big. It's true. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Anyway, thank you, Mayor Space. These are all the way back from 2024. There's still plenty left. Mayor Space, you have so many. Goodness. I like how one visit to an aviary, you're just like, yeah, I've got 200 birds in my back pocket now. Mr. 88 has got what looks like Corvus brachyrhynchos, an American now, could that be a raven? No, look at how robust that bill is. That is Corvus corax. Common raven. Look at that bill there. So, crow on the left, raven on the right. Right here. If we can get these two embiggen, maybe not. Try this. There we go. Yeah, here, crow on the right, raven on the left. Raven's got a much more substantial bill. And you can see that right there. I can see it at least. That didn't work. Oh well. Set. Okay. Nice. Oh, what did I do? Oh shoot. There we go. Okay. Nice, Mr. 88. Further drop has got a couple of the flock of birds that stopped by the feeder for the winter storm. I don't know who that is. A little passerine bird. And that is a chickadee? Chestnut-back chickadee, maybe? That's my guess. Doesn't look like a black cat? I'm not... As I say that, I'm not so sure. Alright. No, black-cap chickadee, I think. The yellowish belly? Yeah. Black-cap chickadee. Nice. Nice. Yeah. And there's 3 species of crow in the mainland U.S.? Yeah, I think we have, there's the American crow, there's the, is it fishing crow and the Mexican crow or something like that? American crow. Northwestern crow? Is that a different thing? Carrion crow? Western Europe. Huh. Yeah, okay. American crow, fish crow, and northwestern crow. And then I was getting that mixed up with the Chihuahuan raven, which is native to Mexico. Chihuahua province, I think. Or Chihuahua state. They're not provinces in Mexico, they're states. Because the official title for Mexico is Los Estados Unidos de Mexico. The United States of Mexico. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, good stuff. Anyway, for the drop, thanks for posting. Kazashi says, it rained a couple weekends ago when I visited my parents. This chap was hanging around outside enjoying themselves. Nice. This is a sulfur-crested cockatoo, I believe. I'm not even from Australia, and I recognize this bird. There we go. Bingar. Yeah. Very nice, Kazashi. That's so cool. This bird is just around. Pretty neat. Yeah. And Neverwinter says there's a Tamaulipas crow, which is a Mexican native crow that occasionally shows up in Texas. Interesting. Okay. Cool. And Rushwing says, don't let them steal your lemons. Yeah, those lemon-stealing birds. Good advice, Rushwing. And Hello Coffee, or Iced Coffee says, hello, everyone. This is a photo we took on our way to church one Sunday in November, and it was so random, too. We pulled over to the side of the road to take a picture. This is wild. You have a golden eagle and a bald eagle just hanging out together in a field? It almost doesn't look real. That's pretty wild. They're gossiping, says Charlie's Dragon. I guess so. Yeah. Oh, no, Neverwinter, that makes perfect sense. It's a juvie bald eagle. Yeah, okay. I was thinking, like, it looks awful speckly for a golden eagle. No, that makes sense. I wonder if this is Dad right here, and this is a juvenile female, because the females are significantly larger than the males. So I'm like, why would a juvenile be larger than the adult? It could be she's female and he's not. That's a guess. But yeah. And Dr. Terra says it is not. Is it not juvenile? No, it is. I think it is. Yeah. Yeah. Neverwinter says, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That would make sense. Yeah. It's fun to have these back and forths about birds like this. I really appreciate this. I'm learning stuff. Hopefully other people in the chat are learning stuff too.
Like Big Daddy, I dig
yeah. Cool stuff. A son might be taller than the mother before fully adult. There you go, Chili Dragon, yeah. Yeah, same deal. Not juvenile, but sub-adult. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I don't know. I'm used to saying juvenile for, like, until you reach somatic maturity, almost. Just as a dinosaur paleontologist. It's funny how, in different fields, we'll use the same term in different contexts and with slightly different meanings. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. probably 2 to 3 years old since they only get their white heads and tails at 5 years. I didn't realize that. Huh. Anyway, this is a great photo. I love this. That's so cool. And look here, Chaotic Time Traveler. This is me today. This is the same color shirt. Wow. Me with Luffy there. Very nice.
Stay. Stay. Good. Luffy, come. Good dinosaur.
Oh, that's great. Oh, man. Lovely. Yeah, you get that banana. I wonder if he is drawn toward items that are similar to his own color. Banana for scale? No, for food. There you go. That's really neat. Yeah, let's see this again real quick.
Stay. Stay. Good. Luffy, come. Good dinosaur.
Fantastic. That is so great. Chaotic Time Traveler, thank you for sharing with us. Hope Luffy's doing well. Very easily distracted, but training is going well. I'm glad to hear that. I can relate, you know? Sometimes I get distracted. I feel like that's 85% of the runtime of these streams is me getting distracted. But, yeah. So yeah, I can empathize. He couldn't wait for me to cut off his piece of the banana. Yeah. Yeah. I too enjoy bananas. I had one for breakfast. I love this photo. Being watched by a dinosaur. Very cool. Petrodactylus says it may have been a reptile expo that I went to, but there's always a fair amount of dinosaurs at the show as well. Well, dinosaurs are a kind of reptile, including birds. That is awesome, Petrodactylus. What a great photo, by the way. Super, super cool. Is the green parrot on your head, or is that part of the photo? By the way your head's leaning, I'm guessing probably on your head. That is so cool. Macaws do get really big, yeah. Folks running the booth were so sweet. That's a third parrot on my head. That's awesome. Yeah. Very, very cool. What a great photo. Oh, man. Thank you for sharing, Petrodactylus. That is awesome. Very cool. Yeah, so let's look up macaws here. This kind of parrot. Latino Indian ringneck. Nice, Chaotic Time Traveler. Okay, cool. Macaws and other parakeets. So parakeets are a larger group that macaws are part of. Macaws are a kind of parakeet. That's what this would imply. Yeah. Huh. Cool. And parakeets, they're not falcons, but they're like the sister group to falcons, Claire. Sort of. Here. Yeah. So, there we go. So here's the falcons and caracaras. And then here's the parrots. So they are separate groups, but they are they're much more closely related to each other than either one is to like hawks and eagles, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Anyway, Petractylus, thank you so much for sharing with us. This is lovely. Juvenile bald eagle. Okay, yeah, this is what we were talking about. Nice, nice. I love that Neverwinter is in here just bestowing avian wisdom to anyone willing to receive it. That makes me smile. Kiddo Kitten's got a bunch of bird pictures from the NHM in London today. Nice. Bat falcon. Peregrine falcon, the world's fastest animal. Happens to be a dinosaur. Pretty neat. This looks like maybe a golden eagle. Oh, I could be wrong. Nice. These are kind of older displays that they have there. I wonder if they're going to revamp this at any point. Oh, I love the bearded vulture there. That's so cool. And great auk. Oh, now extinct. Oh. And then here is the London Archaeopteryx. This is the that's the actual one, right? This is the counterpart, I think, and then this might be no, this one's a cast. Yeah, when I was in London, I got to see the original. I didn't go through the bird hall, but in the treasures exhibit. London Archaeopteryx specimen. Here's the original in the treasures exhibit. Part and counterpart. And here it is here. This is a cast, or not even a cast, this is a 3D print, sorry. I'm not even going to make a joke about smuggling this out of the museum, because I don't find that particularly funny. But, yeah, this is my 3D print, which needs to be... I haven't had a chance yet to fill in the seams and paint it properly, but one of these days I will. Yeah. NES Collector said... Asked, what did they learn finding it? I mean, it showed that birds evolved from reptiles. This was a huge deal. I could show you a clip, maybe. Here we go.
Dinosaur detectives were confused, for the feather should not have been there at all. The limestone rock dated back to the age of dinosaurs, but this only turned the puzzle into a mystery. The experts were thrown into total confusion when close by the feather, they found the complete skeleton of a small bird, or they thought...
Yeah, well, this is the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx, whom I have right here. But it was actually the London specimen which was found first.
Thought it was a bird. They called it Archaeopteryx, ancient wing.
Yeah.
And this was even more exciting because it showed both reptilian and avian characters. And there was, of course, a debate which one it was. Was it a reptile with feathers, or was it a bird, despite its reptilian skeleton? And this caused a great and sometimes dramatic argument among different scientists, because it turned out that it really was a missing link between two classes of vertebrates, between the reptiles and between the birds, and showing evidently that there must have been a transition between these two reptiles towards
This is
birds.
hugely important.
For decades, dinosaur experts could not decide. Was Archaeopteryx a bird with teeth or a reptile with feathers?
It's both.
A freak of nature or a new insight into evolution?
Yes.
The feather and the skeleton remained a mystery.
Anyway, hugely important. Yeah. Archaeopteryx. Incredible. And there it is. On display at the Natural History Museum. Photographed by Chaotic Kitten yesterday, right? There's their dodo that they have there too. Oh. And then these passenger pigeons and Carolina parakeets, also extinct. It's just heartbreaking, but beautiful, you know? Yeah. Yeah. There's the dodo. Big animal. You know? And I like this. The diversity of bird sizes is always cool to look at, you know? Birds can be as big as an ostrich. We used to have ones way bigger than that, like elephant birds. Or as small as a hummingbird. This is great, Chaotic Kitten. Thank you so much for posting. Neat stuff. So many birds in this tree. Could have spent an hour looking at all of them. I could too. Shoot. These are, I see different swallows and hummingbirds. This might be that clade where it's like swallows, nightjars, tree swifts, and hummingbirds. Let's see. Yeah, hummingbirds, nightjars, and more. They are over here. I don't know what this clade is called, but yeah, it includes the swifts. And the hummingbirds and the nightjars. I wonder if that's what's going on in this photo here. Oh. Yeah. Some owls. Yeah, this is cool. Gotta love the NHM. A ton of photos here. And I love this too. Oh man, this diagram with the different... That must be a penguin arm there with the really big, thick arm bones. That might be like an ostrich with the super long humerus. These are cool. Actually, can we get big in this? Let's see. Yeah, rat tight. So this is an ostrich or somebody like that. It's gonna be a penguin. Neat. Very cool. What a cool exhibit. What a cool exhibit. Thank you for posting, Q. Flicker on the suet. Says Charcone, but I hardly know her on the suet. Nice. That's a cool photo. I have a suet feeder outside, and at first it was only the woodpeckers who would visit it. And this was after it was out there for like 6 months or something. It took them a long time to find it. And now other birds have wised up too. And they've started visiting. So now there are, what was it? I saw an oak titmouse there the other day. The goldfinches are starting to go for the suets. Yeah. I think I saw a ruby-crowned kinglet there the other day. It's just like a brief flash, but yeah. Neat stuff. Pursuit says humans seem a bit samey compared to the diversity of birds. Maybe in 157 million years we'll be tiny like a hummingbird or enormous like an emu. Well, right now we're just one species. I kind of suspect that's how it will continue to go for us. So yeah, I don't know. Ms. Art Rules has got a turkey vulture from the Palm Desert Zoo when I went to paint there. Oh, you were there painting from life? That's so cool, Ms. Art Rules. Nice. Just like Charles R. Knight would do, visiting the zoo and sketching and painting the animals. Sketching and painting pictures of the animals, not actually painting the animals. You don't want to do that. But yeah, very cool, Ms. Art Rules. Thanks for posting. Nice work. It's always cool to be able to sketch or paint things from life, you know. Rabbit on the table. It's funny, chaotic time travel. Yeah. Came just in time. Yeah. Did you just arrive, Ms. Art Rules? Holy cow! Perfect timing. Yeah. And you had a ruby crown kinglet on it before too. Neat, Charcone. Okay. That makes me more confident that that's what I actually saw. Nice. Storm arrived and some seagulls took the opportunity to walk on ice down in the south. That is really cool, Dr. Tara. That's really cool. So, this actually brings up a really interesting point. Gulls are one of those birds who can walk around on ice and not have their digits get too cold or freeze. I don't know how common that is among birds, but I've read that gulls have a special adaptation. They actually have like countercurrent heat exchangers in their legs and feet to help like circulate blood through and keep stuff from freezing. And it is very similar, at least in concept, to what leatherback turtles have in their flippers. So they also have like a countercurrent heat exchange kind of a deal with special veins that will circulate, I guess, warmer blood out to the distal ends of their pectoral flippers like this to keep them from getting too cold and stiffening up while they're swimming in cold water. Similar kind of thing to what gulls do, evidently. Yeah. Neat stuff. Is that because they're cold-blooded thieves, says Ms. Blue Skies? No, they're just trying to feed their families, you know? Yeah. And Neverwinter has got for us a field sparrow. Well. Spizella pusilla at Pennypack on the Delaware River in December 2022. The field sparrow is characterized by its pink bill and a white eye ring. I feel like no, those are song sparrows that I've seen. I don't know if I've ever seen a field sparrow in the wild. It is a sort of bouncing ball type call. It's difficult to describe unless you hear it. Beautiful photo here. Just illuminated from the back like that. This is gorgeous. Well done, as always, Neverwinter. Excellent stuff. Let's see if we can find a video of that field sparrow call. See for ourselves, hear for ourselves what that sounds like. So it sounds like a bouncing ball. Huh. I can see that. Bounce, 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 bounce. I see the bouncing ball thing. I can... That makes sense. Nice. Amelia, my cat, is looking for the birds, says Jazzy Cat. Oh. Well, let's get some video of field sparrows, shall we? There we go. Thank you, Neverwinter. Beautiful photo as usual. Rushwing says, I'm in the office more these days, but it means I get to hang out with more urban theropods in the park at lunch. Nice. We have Columba livia, the feral rock dove there. And some kind of gull. I'm going to guess it's genus Larus. Pretty safe guess. Look at all those feral rock doves there, too. Nice. Very nice. Thanks for posting. Good stuff. Rushwing says silver gull? Is that a thing? Oh. And hello, sweetie pie. We're looking at birds right now. I know you like to look at birds, too. Chew on my plastic cycad. That's not for you. That's not for you. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? Huh? What's going on with you? Yeah. It is a synapsid. My landlord, Sweetie Pie. What's going on? Here. Let's see if we can entice Sweetie Pie into looking at some birds. Oh, what's this here? Look here, Sweetie Pie. She is not interested today. What? Alright, here, let me change the audio thing. Hang on a second. No? You not amused? Okay. And Tuxedo Cat says, your cat looks like mine? Oh, does she? Yeah. Sweetie Pie here is quite the dapper mammal. She really is. Yeah. You came here for some treats, huh? Yeah. Is that why you're here? Alright, let's make it happen. I can do that for you. Do I have to pick them up and deliver them to you? Okay. Does not want to move. And a thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler. I will see you next time, I hope. Have an excellent weekend. There we go. What do you think? Good stuff? You happy now? You happy now? Yeah. All right, let's get back to Thursday BIRDSday here. I think we are probably nearing our conclusion. Let's see. Gwyber's got plumed whistling duck at the Perth Zoo wetlands, plus a royal spoonbill, black-necked stork. Perth Zoo did a press release this month that the western ground parrot had its first successful hatching/fledging in its breeding program. Very exciting. Very exciting. That's odd. Why is our... soundboard not working? Strange. Give me just a second here. There we go. Got it. Okay. Strange. Yeah. And more spoonbills. Oh yeah. Check out these critters. Actually, that's a stork, isn't it? Not a... Here's the shoebill. Nice. Very cool. I'm hoping to see some of these in, well, the roseate spoonbill, actually, when I'm in Florida in about a month. Excited for that. Thanks for posting there, Viber. Nice. White plume... Oh, plumed whistling duck. Salamander's got a Carolina wren. Can you find it? Oh, this is fun. Okay. Here. Let's see if we can find the Carolina wren. I found it. Where is it, chat? Where do you think, sweetie pie? Do you see it? Do you see it? I see it. Where at? Where is it? No, it's not over there. It's in the image. I'm pretty sure it's in the crook of these branches here, right? And the elbow right there. It's head down in the fork of the main trunk. Yes. Excellent. Thank you, Salamander, for posting. Carolina wren. Nice. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Find my home keys here. There we go. Carolina wren. Thyrothoris ludovicianus. What a cool name. Thyrosaurus. Nifty. Yeah. You can use that in a poem or a song if you need to rhyme with, like, Dilophosaurus. Thyrothoris. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Salamander, for posting. And, watch your tail, sweetie pie. Oh, and that's it. With that, we conclude Thursday BIRDSday. Well, well, well. Excellent. Sweetie Pie's like, will you wrap up the stream, please? Pay attention to me. Okay, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Sweetie Pie wants me to read a book to her. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up today's stream so I can read her a story. We've been working on our literacy skills. Huh. Yeah. Okay, I can read you a book. Yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap things up. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody doing some science outreach here. And we'll put our credits over this Archaeopteryx. But who else is doing some science on Twitch right now? Thursday night. I wonder if Nerduino is on. Let's see. Yep. Yes, indeed. I'm going to go right into Nerduino. Excellent. Thank you for everybody appearing in our credits right now. From those brand new followers and the raiders, to the new subscribers and the recurring subscribers and resubscribers and gifters and cheerers and the people who support these streams financially. This would not be possible without your help, and I am deeply grateful. Thank you very much for keeping me here online and making all this possible. Also, thank you to our moderators who show up day after day to make sure that this remains a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Thank you for keeping an eye on chat there, mods, even when I get too distracted. Appreciate that tremendously. Well, with that said, we are going to go right into Nerduino, who is a former NASA scientist and current astronomer. I think we're catching him right toward the beginning of his stream, so we'll see what he's up to. And I hope to catch everybody again on Monday. Doing some more paleontologizing then. But you have a wonderful weekend. Let's go see what Nerduino's up to.